yaitu Garcita, resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang
dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayunggede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai, kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja
Good morning,
Bangli
ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are still outside of this ballroom, could you please come in and take the available seats because we will begin the seminar momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are already in the ballroom, could you please kindly take an empty seat because we will start momentarily. Thank you so much.
Agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Our VIP guest is entering this ballroom momentarily, so I would like to kindly ask you to fill in the empty seats and take the seat because we will start this event momentarily. Thank you so much for your attention. Seminar 2022 of ICDC to Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Selamat datang Pak, dan silakan duduk. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to IDIC International Seminar 2022. My name is Frida Litwina, and it is an honor for me to be the host of today's event. For your information, this event complies to the health protocols and COVID-19 regulations in Indonesia. All guests and crew have been fully vaccinated. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for allocating your time within your busy schedule to attend this event. And allow me to extend our warmest welcome to our guests of honor. Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Selamat pagi Pak dan selamat datang. Chairman Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, Mr. Purbaya Yudi Sadewa. Pak Purbaya, selamat datang dan selamat pagi. And also the 37th Prime Minister of New Zealand, Ms. Helen Clark. Ms. Helen, thank you so much for being here. And of course, members of Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia, and also CEO and members of Board of Commissioners of Indonesia Deposit. And of course, all of us, all participants, good morning and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, let me give you a short background on our event this morning. The theme of our seminar today is climate change, decarbonization, sustainability, and green economy. And with these keywords in mind, we aim to discuss the impacts of climate change in the banking industry and banking regulations, especially in deposit insurance and bank resolutions. And to start, please allow me to invite Mr. Purbaya Yudi Sadewa, Chairman of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, to deliver his welcome remarks. To Mr. Purbaya Yudi Sadewa, the stage is yours.
His Excellency, General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency, Mrs. Helen Elizabeth Clark, the 37th Prime Minister of New Zealand from 1999 to 2008, Honorable Dr. Ahmad Hattari, Vice Chairman of the House of Representatives, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Anders Fatan, Vice Chairman of the House of Representatives, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Amir Uskara, Vice Chairman of the House of the Representatives, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. E. Gusti Agung Ray, Member of Member of the House of Representatives, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Heru Budiargo, Chairman of Indonesian Deposit Insurance Corporation from 2010 to 2015, Mrs. Lana Sulistianingsih, Chief Executive Officer of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, Mr. Didi Madiono, Board Commissioner Member of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. It is my pleasure today to warmly welcome you. It is truly an honor for IDIC today to warmly welcome you all to Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation International Seminar with the theme Climate Change, Decarbonization, Sustainability, and Green Economy. The international seminar is part of side events of G20 Presidency of Indonesia. Recover together, recover stronger. We would like to convey our utmost gratitude, especially to His Excellency General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, for inviting the Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation to support the G20 Presidency of Indonesia through this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, Earth's climate has changed drastically. We can see that more and more disasters related to weather, climate, and water have occurred in the past few years. The United Nations have estimated a total daily loss of around $200 million due to natural disasters. Meanwhile, the World Bank notes that the impacts of climate change, which includes floods, droughts, shifts in rainfall patterns, and rising temperature, can cost a country between 2.5 to 7% of a country's GDP. Accordingly, we simply could not afford to abandon the climate emergency, and it is up to us to lead the way to protect our Earth to prevent greater climate crisis. Even if it is only one small fraction, it will make a big difference to mitigate the climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we will still have a hope for a better planet, especially for our next generations. For that reason, we need to take immediate action together, especially for the deposit insurers. I went to New York with Paul Hood 2 years ago, meeting with the presidents of World Bank. I asked him and his research team what could be the possible contribution of deposit insurance company towards the green economy or green climate. The answer was zero. They didn't know anything about it. We are also confused. That's why I asked that question. I am confused. Can we conduct a green resolution? At the current time, it's still far from our thinking how to do that. That's why we conduct this seminar to ensure that in the future, DIC around the world can contribute more towards green economy. The seminar, among other side events of G20 Presidency of Indonesia, would like to encourage all of the deposit insurers around the world, whether you are a member of the International Association of Deposit Insurers, or IADI, or not, to call real actions to fight the climate change and encourage a more sustainable and green economy. Thank you. May God bless us all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Purbaya Yudi Sadewa. Thank you for the remarks and showing us to always dream with ambition, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, next, it is with the greatest pleasure and honor that I shall invite the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, to deliver his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Purbaya, Kepala LPS, Ibu, before Prime Minister of New Zealand, I'm here like to present to you about the title of my presentation about Indonesia post-pandemic economic recovery and transformation towards sustainable development, which is, I think, very relevant what happened today in globally. If you look at Indonesia, Ibu, you are, I think, as ex-Prime Minister in New Zealand, Indonesia is the largest archipelagic nation with the great potential. Indonesia consists of 17,500 islands and world's biggest nickel reserve. We are very rich, Ibu. Some people maybe don't understand they are very rich, world's second biggest tin reserve with 800 kilotons and 6 bigger copper reserve and 437 gigawatt renewable energy, which is, I think, that's one of the most important today. And we have a dream, Ibu, and that's our plan, Indonesian vision by 2045, becoming a high-income country. So if you look at today, ladies and gentlemen, our GDP around $1.3 trillion and our economic growth around 5%. Third quarter, we grew like 5.72%, and we are able also to manage our inflation around 5.7, lower than last month. It was 5.95%. And our income per capita today around $4,000, and we dreams by 2030 we can go up maybe around $10,000. But this one, mitigation climate change impact through decarbonization and energy transition, ongoing right now. But we have to achieve this target. Of course, Indonesia have to do something like this. I think you can read it on the slide. I think the very important containing the pandemic and restoring the economic amidst various global changes. They are struggling of the last 2 years, but I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, especially foreign participants, that we are considered quite successful to manage this COVID, one of the most complicated issues that we are able to manage, not only in Indonesia, but I think globally. Transforming the economy from commodity-based to industry-based. Not many people aware that we transform. It used to be just export the raw material. We rely on the commodity price. Today, no more. If you look at now, yes, commodity price also help our economy. But number two, if you look at also the downstream industry, for instance, like nickel ore, we are successfully to achieve our export, the highest ever in our history last year, $232 billion. And we believe this year we can go around $300 billion. But when you look at Chinese economy, because we export majority to China, then maybe we can reach like $280 billion. Number three, I think increasing efficiency through digitalization. Not many people also aware in Indonesia about the e-catalog, basically make more efficient in this country. We have 1,200 trillion rupiah. That's, I think, the government procurement every single year. And now, gradually, we put it all to the e-catalog, so then we can create small, medium enterprises more and more, and also to create also some innovation of our people, and of course, create job opportunity for Indonesia. Subject to this 400 trillion, our target this year, I think the BPS, Statistic Bureau, Government Statistics Bureau, came up with the issue. If we are successful to do this one, I think we could create like 2 million jobs and 1.72% growth on top of the prediction of the government, 5% growth. Strengthening economic resilience through the increased village fund. I think not also people aware about this. Because after the COVID, I was questioning myself, what happened, why our economy is so stable, beside those three that I mentioned earlier. Then I discovered that village fund helped us very much because 74,000 villages around the country, they get at least 1 billion rupiah a year, roughly. So that money circling within the village. So make the village economy also moving. That's what we call it the economy Pancasila. This is, I think, proposed by Professor Mubiarto, the late professor from UGM. So that's, I think, all about. So then we are touched from the top to the ground. Now, Indonesia managed to control COVID-19 pandemic. If you look at the slide also, although the last 2 weeks, like going up a little bit with the new variant, and but then we discovered this morning from the data that like 30 to 40% of people who get the new variant COVID, it's because no vaccine. They don't get vaccine yet. So vaccine is very important. So number of deaths also because of this new variant, also no vaccine yet. And boosting economic growth recovery, growing above 5%. I think you are aware about this. Inflation also, we are quite good today, and our economic growth, like I mentioned, also quite good. And macro stability is also well maintained despite global turmoil. You look at here also lower inflation among the countries. If you look at Indonesia, still on the bottom. Rupiah, yes, a little bit okay. And also the stock index also doing fine, especially after the yesterday announcement 2 days ago about our growth the third quarter. Now, Bapak, Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, let me also, Indonesia is transforming its economy. It's no longer to this area. Used to be, we are doing here. We are doing just export this, Ibu. Just dirt, nickel ore, this one. If you look at the data here, Ibu, Prime Minister, our export 2015, only $1.2 billion. But last year, it was like nearly $21 billion. And this year, we believe we can go up maybe 28. Used to be, we plan our target, $30 billion. But again, the Chinese economy, because of lockdown over there, reduced this one. But we can show to you that we are going to be the player, global player on the lithium battery. So by 2024, we can produce our own lithium battery together with CATL or also with LG. And we are starting also to go to EV, motorbike and car. If you look at in Bali right now, ladies and gentlemen, during the G20, we try very hard to push as much as possible EV. So that's our commitment, and also our target to do the rehabilitation 600,000 hectares of mangrove. No country globally can do the same like this. That we have to be proud to be Indonesian, because this target already we achieved the last 2 years, like 170,000 hectares. We still have the target to 600,000 hectares by end 2024. And some people said, hey, Indonesia controlled by China. I said, it's impossible to do so. Because if you look at this trade deficit with China used to be $27 billion and then decreased to $17 billion. And last year, only $2.5 billion. And China imposed anti-dumping toward Indonesia 20%. What does it mean? It means Indonesia more efficient than before. So, again, to you all, the Indonesian, you have to be proud to your country, because some of you are not aware about what happened in Indonesia. Yeah, I just remind Ibu Prime Minister, some people, they don't know their country is very, very canggih, very powerful. Canggih is so sophisticated. I try to make it joke to the Indonesian. Downstream industry will continue developing a new industry in Kaltara, that we have a new area, Ibu, this one, Kaltara. This is $132 billion investment ongoing right now. This consists of the electronic alumina, iron and steel, new energy battery, industrial and polycrystalline silicon. So we're going to have our own industry for solar panel. So to prove it, to show to the global that we care very much on the climate change. Then improving efficiency through digitalization, I mentioned to you already. This one I think could reduce the corruption, also cost, and also increase the state revenue. Local industry and SME. I mentioned earlier about this, but this is true. I can give you a lot of example. For instance, government procurement computer. We don't want to any ministry or institution, they buy their own. Now we have the data. very integrated data. So then we can tell the investor, hey, you can build your own industry here because you have a captive market. Anything. So altogether, 1,200 trillion on the government procurement and 400 trillion with the state-owned company. This is around 1,600 trillion, so equivalent to 120 billion US dollars. So you can imagine the size of that. So if you can get it like 50%, this is something that 50 billion immediately from our pocket, our own state budget for the new investment in Indonesia. So this country is very rich. If we manage this well, I think this country is going to go up very well. Increased village fund, I mentioned to you, ladies and gentlemen, that's the output of the village fund. Nearly 500 trillion US dollars the last 7 years. This is, I think, we built like 308,000 kilometers, and clean water, bridge, and village market, etc. So that's, I think, what happened in Indonesia today. Not many people are aware of that. I said 300,000 kilometer village road. So you go to the village, have a look over there. Now, we are facing the risk of climate change. Indonesia needs to transform to sustainable development. I think we are very aware of that. Despite of our economic growth, blah, 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 and then we are thinking now, how do we transform our economy from the fossil energy toward the clean energy? Economic growth of Indonesia brings another challenge, is the environmental and social impact. When my team discussed or negotiate with the American JEPT, about JEPT, one condition that I gave it to John Kerry. I mentioned to John Kerry, to Secretary Yellen, we can follow your advice, but one condition: don't disturb our economic growth. So we have to do it gradually. You cannot just transfer this one and then our economic growth stuck. We don't want to do that. Number two, we have to be affordable price. Number three, timely technology. So that's the point that I raised to Secretary Yellen and also to John Kerry. So all my team discussed with a very tough time with them, but right now I think nearly done, because they have to understand. I look at later on with the data. I can go to slide number 14. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Carbon emission in Indonesia per capita is only 2.3 ton per capita. Yeah, and G20 contribute like 80% of carbon emission globally, and baseline is 4.5 ton per capita, while developed country, here you look at 14.7 ton per capita. So I said to all of them, hey, look, it's unfair to do like this, while we are still 2.3. Developed country are already here. So what I propose, you have to do like this, and then we go like this. So then we have opportunity also to improve or to increase our industry. That's, I think, the idea. If you look at Indonesia, the yellow one here, the developed country, the red one. So that's Indonesia. So nobody can dictate us. You have to do this. Look at the number. That's a number issue not by us. This is issued by the developed country. So please do follow this one. So to all of you, my friend in Indonesia, please do understand, be proud to be Indonesian. Sometimes you guys thinking that we are behind. No, nobody can dictate this country, I promise you. Indonesia has also battling with another crisis, climate change. Indonesia also still struggling with inequality issue. I think this is an issue that we are addressed very much. Indonesia needs to transforming the economy through the promoting sustainable development. Yes, indeed, we're going to do that one. So, but you have to look at Indonesia differently, because Indonesia is archipelagic nation. So you cannot just measure one nation, Indonesia. You have to look at also Java, look at Sumatra, and look at also in Kalimantan. It's different. Why different? Ring of Fire is Sumatra, Java, NTB, NTT, and Papua. So that's a lot of geothermal. But like in Kalimantan, they don't have. They have only hydropower. So you have to look at this detail before you give comment about Indonesia. So don't punish Indonesia when we make a big energy like in Kalimantan. That you have to understand also situation here. And again, remember, our contribution to carbon emission only 2.3 ton per capita. That's I think the bottom line that you have to understand. Now, the climate change agenda has now taken its center stage globally. If you look at the slide, the proportion of the G20 of the 2020 CO2 covered by net zero emission, I think you have to look at the slide 12. And Indonesia is committed to reduce our carbon emission, the slide 13. This is, I think, our target, and we are still moving very much. Used to be this is 29, but now already 31, and I believe we can go to 35 not long from now, because we are doing very much now in order to achieve our target. Slide 13, please. Now, enhance NDC. Before like this, you look at the slide, and international support 41%, but we again confidence that we can do it to 5%. My team said 43, I said no, we go 45. So make it detailed. Count every single thing that we can contribute to this. If you look at the slide 15, energy transition requires decarbonization, both power generation and use sectors. We love to do it, but we don't want to see emission increase. And Indonesia needs to grow by minimizing fossil fuel emission while continuing to reduce deforestation emission. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. Yeah, if you look at this one, fossil, this is a green one. Next slide, please, slide 16. Yeah, this is the green one. This is Indonesia, the green. If you look at this data, we contribute around the land. Land is like deforestation, etc. But now no more. We are quite successful. Moratorium on the palm oil, for instance, and less now cutting tree. And also forest fire. If you look at 2015 to today, compared to US, we are better than US. That's our thing, how do we manage our country? Now, end-use sectors such as transportation can be an important driver for economic growth and emission reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, you look at the slide here, that's our commitment. For instance, we targeting by 2035, no more new combustion car production. That's our target. So next year, all the government state budget to procure EV, no more combustion car. So that's, I think, our contribution to the environment. And balancing investment potential with the risk stranded assets. This, I think, you have to aware climate change create risk to the banking sectors, but creates also opportunity. How do we balance this one? Create also opportunity, but they create also risk. How do we manage the risk? That's also part of your job to all of you. Identify financial risks that climate change may pose to the banking system, and the extent to which those risks impact the FDIC's core mission and responsibility. The last part, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, as Indonesia, the G20 presidency, Indonesia will play a role in the world economic recovery and sustainable development. And we are focused on the three areas: strengthening global health architecture, digital information, and energy transition. So G20 ongoing about another 2 days, and I just want to inform you, everything already in place and some dynamic here and there, but so far still manageable. Again, thank you very much, and thank you to Pak Purbaya, and thank you to Ibu.
Thank you, Pak Luhut. Please kindly stay on
Wassalamualaikum
stage
warahmatullahi
for the
wabarakatuh.
opening ceremony. Kepada Pak Luhut, mohon tetap tinggal di atas panggung untuk upacara pembukaan. And I also would like to invite to be on stage Bapak Purbaya Yudi Sadewa, and also kepada Ibu Helen Clark to, and also Ibu Lana Sulistianingsi, please come on stage, and also Mr. Didik Madiono, the member of Board of Commission together we will begin the opening ceremony process and to officially open IDIC International Seminar 2022. Mr. Luhut and Mr. Purbaya will place their palm on the wall screen behind. Witness Ibu Helen Clark, Ibu Lana
Established.
Three will be the witness, okay? And Pak Luhut dan Pak Purbaya mohon bersama-sama meletakkan telapak tangan kanannya ya Pak ya. Pada tangan yang saya mulai 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the applause for the success of the media mungkin yang ingin mengabadikan momen ini, saya persilakan untuk bisa maju juga untuk mengabadikan momen ini. Terima kasih. And as a token of appreciation, soon Pak Purbaya, on behalf of the committee, will give a small token of appreciation to Pak Luhut. Canggih Indonesia is. And also Pak jalan dan semoga menikmati hari ini. Baik, kita kembali ke acara. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session. The main theme for panel discussion in the following session is cost of climate change and its impact to sustainability. This session will be moderated by IDIC Research Advisor and also Professor from Cornell University and University of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Iwan Jaya Aziz, our moderator. Kepada Pak Iwan, saya persilakan untuk naik ke atas panggung. Kepada Pak Iwan Jaya Aziz and Miss Helen Clark, please come up on stage. Okay, I will hand over this session to Pak Profesor Iwan Jaya Aziz. Silakan Pak.
Good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome again to some of you whom I've seen in the last 2 days. But for those who just attend today's seminar, welcome. And I think from the title, you know, we are going to have a conversation. So it's not really a speech, but a conversation between the Honorable Helen Clark and all of us, including myself as a moderator. And, you know, the toughest job for me, I've been thinking about it, is how to describe her background. Her CV is just very long, and I can spend hours to explain about Helen Clark. But I think it's better if we spend the time to learn her experience, her thought about such a critical issue, not only for Indonesia, but for all countries around the world. And that is the issue about climate change and sustainable development, and how it is connected to the concept of green economy. So without further ado, let me just spend few minutes, just to sort of give you an idea who is I think I should mention Right Honorable, not just Honorable, Right Honorable Helen Clark. Everyone knows that she was the ex-Prime Minister of New Zealand for 3 terms, I believe, but she has been involved not only in the political arena in New Zealand, but also in the political arena at the international fora. You know, she has been sort of heading the United Nations Development Program, and at one point she was in charge of the allocations of all funds under the United Nations for the development. And I also understand that she was involved in many activities related to health. As a matter of fact, the WHO asked her and her expertise in terms of how to deal with the recent pandemic, and I believe it's also with the future pandemic. And last but not least, and I think this is highly relevant for countries like Indonesia, she was also involved in an organization that is heavily sort of concerned with the issue of mining activities. I think it's named ISEI?
EITI.
Yes, that's right, ISEI. So, you know, as I said earlier, I can spend hours and hours to talk about who is Helen Clark. But let's just save time and let's just listen to her sort of view and thought about this such a tremendous issue. And of course, we all know that at the same time, while we are speaking, while we are discussing today, there's a major event taking place in Egypt, COP27. So in all this environment, the environment of the discussion as well as the environment that we are dealing with, that is the climate change, I think there is no other person that I can think of better to share the view other than Honorable Helen Clark. So, Ms. Helen Clark, welcome to this session. And as I indicated earlier, let's not make it into speech, rather let's have conversation. So, let me give you the first take into the issue of this climate change, but in particular, if you can also identify the evolution, the historical trend, because, you know, a couple of years ago, many of us knows about MDG, Millennial Development Goals, and all of a sudden changed to SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. And now we are in the climate change and so on. So could you please spend a few minutes just to start by giving us the evolution trend of all this thinking that leads to where we are now? Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and really lovely to be back in Indonesia, which I've visited so many times in public life and also as a private citizen. I've been so excited to hear the minister's address this morning setting out Indonesia's vision for its energy transition and sustainable development. And I think it's fantastic that Indonesia is consciously using the G20 platform to really advance discussion and dialogue on these issues, including on the implication for the banking sector, because in the end, every sector is impacted. It's not just our forest and our energy and other specific sectors. Banking is very much implicated by what is happening with our climate. So I thought it might be worth reflecting for a moment that the really intense discussion about this climate crisis is not something that's been going for decades. I first became a minister in New Zealand in 1987. I can tell you, I can't remember a single briefing paper about our climate. And I was the Minister of Conservation in charge of all the national parks and the marine parks and the habitats and so on. No one was talking about it. And then in 1992, there was the major Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And it was at that summit that three very important international conventions were basically signed up to. One was the Climate Change Convention, another was the Convention to Combat Desertification, and the third was the Convention on Biodiversity, and they're all linked in many ways. We tend to know more about the Climate Change Convention these days. And then in 1997, pursuant to the Climate Change Convention, the Kyoto Protocol was signed. And that put obligations on the high-income countries to do something about their greenhouse gas emissions. And the truth is, not a great deal was done at that point. And my recollection of debate going back to the 1990s and then that first decade of the 2000s was that the publics of our countries, and really most decision and policy makers, were not particularly well acquainted with the issues, and it often seemed almost a bit fringe or something that perhaps a Green Party politician would take up. Such a huge contrast with today, where across the political spectrum in our countries, people are saying, this is important, we've got to do something about it, and they may have very different views about what to do, but nonetheless the case for action is very clear. Now, as a decision maker in New Zealand, we had to start elaborating ideas for what we would do. I can tell you it wasn't easy, and we can come back to that in our question Q&A today as to what the barriers are. Suffice to say, there are a lot of interests that don't want to tackle the issues because it's costly. And it can be politically costly to tackle them as well. Try eliminating fossil fuel subsidies without some compensation for the poorest and most marginalised. It's very, very stressful indeed. But you also brought into the conversation, what about the Millennium Development Goals, or what about the Sustainable Development Goals? Where do they fit with this? The Millennium Development Goals came out of the Millennium Declaration of the UN in 2000. It had a big Millennium Summit, and there was a declaration negotiated. And as a young Prime Minister, I went to New York and I signed the declaration. And the declaration was overwhelmingly around human development goals, poverty eradication, hunger eradication, education, water sanitation and hygiene, health issues, gender equality. And then at the last minute, there was one goal tacked on, and that was environment. And it was almost an afterthought. And my predecessor, one of my predecessors as head of UNDP, Mr. Mark Mellon-Brown, he tells the story about how he ran into the head of the UN Environment Program in the lift, and he said, my goodness, I haven't put environment in the Millennium Development Goals. This was 2000, so it kind of tells you how marginal these issues were. That all changed with the Sustainable Development Goals, which brought in the goals around our oceans, our land-based ecosystems, and our climate, along with the Human Development Goals, and said we have to tackle these holistically and together.
So, but other than the additional environmental aspect, basically the economic and social dimension of the millennial goal is still the same with the SDG.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, it's the same, but there's now an awareness that we can't just go hard after human and social development without doing it in a way that will support the planet, which gives us life. Without water, there's no life. We need air we can breathe, etc. We need oceans that are healthy. And we're now at the point where we are exceeding what are called the planetary boundaries in some areas, and where we will struggle to improve human development because of the pressure that we've put on the planet's ecosystem. So we have to deal with the issues holistically.
that was an excellent start because I myself was not too aware about how lacking was the idea about environment back then.
Yeah.
And that was already in early 2000, I believe, because MDG ended in 2015, I believe, right? So, in a way, it's relatively new, but we know that the problem has been long-lasting. It's not really new problems here. And I sort of happy to hear that if we look at the time frame, there is a major source of optimism here, because within the relatively short period of time. And in fact, I remember at the beginning when they started to talk about net zero emission target, it was only 13%. 13% of all the members sign up to that. And as I recall, by yesterday, there was 90%. So again, there's a sign of optimism here. Now, having said that, however, there are many, many questions about implementation. And this is the reason, I guess, why the COP27, which is currently taking place in Egypt, they also call it COP implementation. I guess, if I may sort of trying to represent the voice of those who are rather cynical and skeptical with all this, is that there are a lot of talks at the global as well as at the national level, but very little action. So given that kind of sort of two camps, one is very optimistic, but there are also a group of society or community who are rather skeptical with all this discussion and so on. What is the best way for us to really reconcile this kind of two sort of different kind of views? What do you think?
Well, I think the COP27 for Climate Change Convention, which is taking place in Egypt as we speak, it's quite a challenging COP because unfortunately we're not able to deal with climate change in a silo apart from other things that are happening around our world. And we all know the other things that are happening. It's against the background of the war in Ukraine, which has had quite profound impacts on food security and energy security and prices and inflation, cost of living, and so on. And one of its spillover impacts, because of the issues of gas supply to Europe from Russia, has been to lead a rush back to coal, if you like, which is bad for the decarbonisation and mitigation agenda with climate change. So there's that background. There's also the broader background of geopolitical tensions between the US and China. And as many of you will be aware, the COP26 in Glasgow last year was very significant for an agreement between China and the United States. And the two negotiators, John Kerry and his Chinese counterpart, have over many years formed a close working relationship. But that cooperation was suspended over another event that happened a few months ago. So that also hangs as a little bit of a shadow. And then we also have the issue of the pandemic, which the minister dwelt on. And countries are struggling to recover from the pandemic. It's been a terrible blow, like a $25 trillion blow to the world economy over a period of 3 to 4 years anticipated. So again, that doesn't necessarily lead to a rush to green economy. It leads more to a rush to do whatever it takes to get growth back. And I understand what that means. I mean, an economy without growth is an economy that can't deliver what its people want and what they need. So that's the background, and it just remains to be seen what will come out of this COP. I mean, top of its agenda, I think will three or four things. One is the coal commitments. The world has to get out of coal, right? Not going to be easy, and we can talk more about that, but coal is such a significant contributor. And a key part of the energy transition. Second, the forest issues will come up, and that's very relevant to Indonesia also. Thirdly, there's these issues called loss and damage, where developing countries are saying, look, we're suffering these catastrophic events, and there needs to be some recognition of the historical burden of this being created by the way the West developed, if you like. And the fourth issue is finance, and I know I'm speaking to an audience that's very involved with finance. So the latest report that's come before the COP, and I understand it was commissioned by the United Kingdom and Egypt together, says that by 2030, developing countries will need $2.4 trillion a year invested in climate action. 2.4 trillion. At the moment, the amount invested by developing countries themselves is 500 million. They say the external financing component of the 2.4 trillion a year will need to be 1 trillion a year, a lot of which will need to be mobilized by private sector investment, but there'll be a role for the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank and the other institutions like that. But this is huge money, and developing countries are saying, let's see the color of your money. You know, high-income countries, you pledged to fund climate action to 100 billion a year by 2020, but you haven't delivered on that. You're well short on that. So that's becoming quite a preoccupying issue. So it will be quite a fractious COP, I think, around these issues, unless there's, you know, some greater convergence of view on this and willingness to discuss some of these very tough issues.
Are you optimistic with the COP27 to reach that point?
Well, what I would say is that the COPs succeed where you have a host country with a very skilled diplomatic outreach and with some significant geopolitical clout. So we got the Paris Agreement because the President of France and his whole team just went into overdrive to make that work, and it was at a particular moment when the world was not as polarized as it is today. Last year, the United Kingdom, also a major country with a lot of outreach, did the best it could to deliver something. This year we have Egypt, which is a leading country in G77, has a major diplomatic corps and also a lot of outreach. So I believe that Egypt can get achievements from this COP. And let's just, you know, hope that everybody goes there with an open heart, because whatever the differences between us, geopolitically, values, political systems, we have to focus, you know, put aside for a moment shared values, right? Put aside for the moment whether we, you know, agree with each other's political systems around the world. We have shared interests, and a shared interest is in protecting our climate and protecting our people's right to development. That's what we've got to get right. It's the same with, you know, the pandemic issues. I've been very involved, as you said, in the pandemic preparedness and response debate and reviewing the international response and what we could do better. We need to get some agreement on those improvements and not have it overshadowed by geopolitical tension. We need agreement on climate, not overshadowed by political tension. We need agreement on the issues around the great oceans, not overshadowed by geopolitical tension. So I think the challenge is where the countries are big enough to say, okay, look, there's a whole lot of things we don't agree on, but we have to find agreement on this. Look, I've been in, you know, politics a lot of my life. A lot of my life was, you know, involved with trying to bring people together about what they had in common. Put aside what you don't agree on. But let's agree on the big issues that we share, big challenges we share in common.
Yeah, and I'm glad the COP27 is taking place in one of the most vulnerable continents, in Egypt, in Africa, because there's a lot of problems in Africa. But, you know, hearing from your view so far, and we spent only, less than 30 minutes, I understand why the international community needs a person like Madam Helen Clark, because she understands the complexity of the problems, and yet she's still able to find the whole, no matter how small it is, to move on, how we progress. And as she said at the end of her speech earlier, is that let's forget about what we disagree. Let's focus on what we agree. Now, on that issues, and I don't want to dominate the conversation here. As I said earlier, it's going to be conversation between you, the audience, and Madam Helen Clark. But as you know, we are now in a session which was mainly attended by financial persons, the deposit insurance companies from various countries around the world. And when we try to link, we had a conversation before, right? When we try to link the issue of climate change, sustainable development, and the DIC, deposit insurance companies, and I like the story that Chairman Purbaya mentioned earlier when he met the leader of the United Nations and the World Bank about what it is, and the answer is zero. Actually, it's not exactly zero. There are plenty of rooms that we can discuss. I can see so far, and that's what I would like to invite your opinion later on. Number one is the fact that the climate change itself creates a lot of damages, both physical as well as non-physical damages. And that translates into financial difficulty in many financial sectors, including the banking sector. And at the end, that will hit the conscience of the deposit insurance companies. So that's one side, I can see it. The other side is that being quote-unquote insurance companies, the DIC will also need to be very smart in terms of investing the fund. Now, the question here is that, and this applies not only to public institutions but also private institutions, what is now the best way to invest in order to support the sustainable development? Now, I know, I think they share some documents to you too. I know that the IADI, which is the organization, International Organizations for Deposit Insurance, has a couple of issues, and one of them is, I think they call it SRI, Sustainable whatever, but basically the message is that invest in sectors and activities that are pro-environment. In other way to put it, do not invest in companies or firms that are damaging the environment. So that's the second line of thinking that I can sort of have in terms of what is really the link between the climate change and the deposit insurance system. Number one, you have to deal with a lot of damages, physical, financial, as well as non-physical. And the second is you need to deal with your investment. Where are you going to invest? Is it in the sectors that are pro-environment or not pro-environment? So with that, now I open the floor. Please indicate your sort of name and your organization before you raise questions to Madam Helen Clark. By the way, do we have questions also through online?
Maybe we could also, while people are thinking of their question, the Minister raised the issue of stranded assets, right? No one wants to invest in stranded assets. So what are stranded assets? I mean, increasingly they're going to be areas of activity which increasingly are off limits in the energy transition and the climate-friendly economic development.
That's another big issue, the energy transition.
Yeah. So on that, I think I'd offer two bits of information. One, going back to 2014, when I was head of UNDP, we led for a climate summit in New York on the forest stream of activity. And one of the features of that was a New York Declaration on Forests, which something like 90% of the buying power of palm oil signed up to, which was to commit not to buying palm oil from newly deforested land, right? And we also had commitments from banks to say that they would not invest in companies which were deforesting. So you can see there's a lot of players in this. You have governments, and of course Indonesian government has been very proactive
Correct.
on the combating deforestation. You have the private sector purchases coming in, you have the banks. So, you know, those are sending very clear financial signals against deforestation. Now, another area, of course, is whether investors are going to put finance into sunset areas in the fossil fuel area, whether it's oil and gas and coal, because, you know, the world is on this race for decarbonisation. I have a hat these days as chair of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, of which Indonesia is a member.
Yes.
And a very important member. And we are now sort of highlighting with our member countries the importance of using the information that the disclosure processes for the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI for short, require in order to inform planning around energy transition. For example, you know, Indonesia's been a big fossil fuel producer, but as the market moves away from investment in fossil fuel, obviously the state needs to be thinking about the implications for its investments, for its revenue flows, and then looking to where the alternatives are. And the Minister spelled out the alternatives. You have these amazing reserves of nickel and copper, which are so important for energy transition, and no doubt a range of others as well. So there's a sort of a loss side, but there's also an opportunity side and that's really where increasingly you'll need to see your investment go into the opportunities. But then there's always risks around that too, because the race for energy transition is going to accelerate. So getting energy transition right in all countries will mean being conscious of new risks of corruption as things are done more quickly, new risks of perhaps social conflicts where the investment is in areas where there hasn't been sufficient stakeholder and community engagement and working through the social and environmental issues. But it's a very, very live set of debates. But suffice to say, this is a big area of opportunity for Indonesia and a lot of countries.
I'm glad you raised that point, because for a country like Indonesia, that can be, you know, I cannot think of a better and more significant issues than that, especially that we already went through the decentralized system. So at the end, all the activities taking place in any region is really needs a coordination between the local government and the central government. And I'm glad you are active in that IETI. Is that
EITI.
EITI, okay, EITI. Anyway, so may I invite some of the participants? Yes, maybe from the left side, please. Can organizer give microphone? Please indicate your name and organization.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mubarak Ahmad. I'm CEO of Conservation Strategy Fund Indonesia, and also from the Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia. Madam Prime Minister, allow me to mention one of the culture that's maybe relevant to these issues, and also share some optimism and a challenge in the context of SDG 17 for partnership and governance. You know, there is a line dance that is very famous in Indonesia. It's called Poco Poco. The dance represents a lot of fun, very busy, but not going anywhere. So sometimes that's the feeling we share in these ideas of promoting climate change mitigation and also sustainable development. But so people who are attending this evening dinner may ask that type of dance later, I think. But I also would like to share first of all the optimism that we are now facing, just to put a support to Pak Luhut's statement or presentation earlier. Today there was an announcement around the COP27 that for the first time there is a disbursement of disbursement of carbon fund compensation for the province of East Kalimantan, Indonesia, $20.5 million. And that was great. That's coming from the Forest Carbon Fund. It's just announced this morning or last night. I think that's very encouraging. For the first time, that kind of big deal is actually being happening. And the second part is that what Pa Iwan was mentioning about sustainable investment. So for your information, all, there will be a launch of sustainable investment guidelines on the 14th, somewhere around here. So I think this is jointly hosted by Menko Maritime also, and also with the Board of Investment, BKPM, I think. But this second initiative was actually promoted by a group of NGO called LTKL, Lingkar Temu Kabupaten Lestari, or Sustainable District Roundtables. So I can talk more about it later. But what is interesting is that despite what we are seeing in this type of optimism, a progressive carbon project on the ground, and a progressive push for shifting investment toward more green, but we are seeing this pocho-pocho culture. Sometimes we are not sure whether we are going, where are we going, which way are we heading. But other than that, the challenge is the scaling up. How do you see the opportunities of scaling up in Indonesia's context and similar countries, for instance? This Sustainable District Roundtables only consists of 12 kabupaten, 12 districts. How do we scale it up to 370-something districts that we are having in Indonesia? I know that the private sector has come up with a great idea of blended finance, but what we are seeing also in this movement is that while more funding and more agglomerations of funding is welcome, we are also seeing the tendency that the blended finance is being used as a way to occupy more resources. And that is the downside of it. And I'm not sure at this point if the safeguard mechanism is sufficient to prevent that to happen. So we cannot see sustainability as a one-way street. There is always creativity of people trying to get around it. So how do you see we can sort of do this in a more honest manner toward the future, so the so-called partnership and governance can really be properly done and implemented on the ground? Thank you.
Yeah, well, very, very complicated issues. Another of my hats is chairing the advisory board for a public fund called And Green, which was started with capital from the Norwegian government and is growing quite well with the objective of investing in jurisdictions, including in Indonesia, where we have investments, with the idea of a sort of triple bottom line investing. So the companies that are invested in themselves undertake to promote protection of the forest landscape in the area in which they're active, and to arrest further deforestation, and in some cases the lending involves some reforestation and so on. So quite complicated, but Indonesia is a part of that. And the fund has just recently announced a partnership with the Central African Forest Initiative to work in that kind of way there as well. But I think if you step back a moment in time, traditionally development involved cutting down our forests. Where are the great forests of Europe? Pretty small. Where are the great forests which once covered all of New Zealand? We're down to 30% of our land mass in parks and reserves, which probably by international standards isn't too bad, but the reality is that when our forebears came to New Zealand, they cut down every tree to make farming land. So, fast forward to where we are now, and the world has become super dependent on the lungs of the planet in the great forests of Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, the great forests of the Congo Basin, and the great forests of the Amazon Basin. And we all rely on them, and that's why there is a duty to support the countries who have these incredibly important ecosystems for the whole planet, to be able to retain them and also offer the people who dwell in, around and near the forest the opportunity to have a sustainable livelihood. So it is extremely difficult. So I think it's good to hear of these new initiatives that are coming through to support the forests. There's also an initiative which was launched at the UN probably about 4 years ago by UNEP, UN Environment Programme, which was done with a wide range of finance institutions, and that was a set of principles for sustainable investing and linking that specifically to the sustainable development goals, including in the climate area. So I think what we're seeing build is a range of initiatives which are bringing the private sector, the finance sector, very much into the discussion about what responsible investment and business is these days with respect to our forests and, of course, the energy area as well. And I can only say, this is an area where 100 flowers need to bloom, right? There's room for a wide range of initiatives bringing people together around the common objective of trying to preserve the world's great tropical forests as the lungs of the planet, which we can't do without.
Thank you. I saw a couple of hands there. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Iwan Jayasis. My name is Rijal Idrus from Hasanuddin University in Makassar. I'm the head of the Climate Change Center for Climate Change. It is a research center where we at Hasanuddin University is trying to enhance our contribution. Hopefully we can significantly contribute into the discourse of climate change. As Prof. Iwan earlier introduced her Right Honorable Helen Clark, which in most of the Kiwis in New Zealand fondly call her by first name, Helen. I was in New Zealand during your third term. You are very respected and known for finding a platform for when people debating and have different opinion. And I would like to refer to those people who are very shrewd and acute in finding data and present it according to their opinion and trying to lead opinion, especially right now, people call it as post-truth era. And just like last time when COVID happened, there are a lot of COVID deniers. Right now, I would like to refer to those people who are called climate deniers, who are very shrewd in finding data to support their claim that no, there is nothing such as climate change, or the climate is changing, it is part of the nature cycle. How should we confront those type of people who are actually managed to influence a lot of people, and probably that could be one of the reasons why we haven't been able to move as fast as we would like to? I think that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Well, the problem that you highlight is huge with respect to the climate crisis, and it's huge with respect to information about the pandemic and vaccines. We deal with people who are not interested in science or what it has to say. And let's be honest, we've had a problem also at the leadership level in some countries and sectors where they don't want to acknowledge science or weigh evidence either. And then we live in an era of social media where everybody's got a voice, right? It's a very democratic space. But in that large space, there's a lot of just plain untruths and nonsense that's spoken and not really effectively moderated on social media platforms, which is another big issue. So it is a challenge to keep the scientific case for action out there, because that's what should drive our action, right? I'm not for driving action on the basis of ideology. I'm on the side of saying, what are the facts here? What's the best knowledge we have? What does it lead us to understand about this problem? How then should we try to address it? Now, let me say, I think the role of the universities in society is extremely important on all these issues. Why do I say that? It's because universities are a repository of research and knowledge. You are educating the next generation of opinion leaders, the next generation who will be scientists and carrying on, finding solutions to these challenges. Universities are respected voices in their communities. They're respected by policymakers. They need to inform the policy process, by whatever means, find the channels to be part of the influences on these issues. So, shining light on issues, being able to popularize, if you like, the latest research evidence, speak about the issues in ways which a broader public can understand, because one of the problems with these issues is often people speak in jargon. We have, UNFCCC, who knows what that is? Framework Convention on Climate Change. If we talk out on the street corner here about adaptation and mitigation, will anybody know what we're talking about? I don't think so. If we go out there and say, have you heard of COP27? They'll say, what's that? Fair cop? Bad cop? I don't know. So I think, being able to talk about these issues in ways which our citizens understand is so critical. And I'd say to the universities, take that position that you have in the society to be a voice for following the science, following the evidence, basing decisions on it, and making this comprehensible to our citizens.
I think the point is very well taken. It's how to remove the disconnect between the community, which have to deal with the impact of the climate change, and those who are discussing about the climate change, including the one in Egypt today. So how to close or narrow down the disconnect? Because indeed, I fully agree with your point. There's some sense of disconnect here. But I think her point here is that when you are dealing with those kind of deniers, do not confront them in a way that is not comprehensible, especially by the common people, by the community. Because we know very well, if you go to the field, almost all the farmers and the small enterprises are directly affected by the climate change. So if we can start by sort of highlighting the actual happening on the ground rather than talking about concept, I think that will be more effective here. Yes, please. I really hope also that there will be some voice from the DICs from other countries, maybe? Yes, please.
Good morning. I'm Jose Mulato from the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation. First, allow me to thank the IDIC for giving us the opportunity to have this seminar on climate change, and I would like to congratulate IDIC for doing so. As Chairman Purbaya said earlier, he has zero knowledge as to how deposit insurance can actually contribute to climate change. But I think this is the perfect opportunity that indeed IDIC already contributed to climate change. So as you were discussing, Professor Aziz and Madam Clark, Ms. Helen, you said we have to talk about the issues. And I would like to suggest that for every IADI or APRC or deposit insurance seminars, or maybe we can have this as an institutional seminar as part of all the seminars, because you said we have to talk about the issues. And if we don't really know how we can contribute to climate change, then we will have no idea. For us, example, in PDIC, we tried green procurement as part of the initiatives that we are launching to contribute to climate change. And thinking about it, it's quite minimal. So if you think that it's very minute, maybe we are not really contributing, but maybe in a small scale we are. Okay? So it's just a suggestion that maybe we can have this as an institutional part of all the seminars that IADI will have. Maybe a half-day seminar. There will always be a session on climate change. So that's it.
That's an excellent suggestion. Of course, it all depends on the other members of the DICs. But, you know, come to think about it, I like to congratulate Indonesian DIC for conducting this seminar, because the more I learn and the more I read, in fact, what Chairman Purbaya mentioned, what he encountered in New York, was proven by evidence. They're very minimal, very understudied, under-examined, the role of the climate change in deposit insurance companies. So if we put all this together, your idea, your suggestion is very well taken. But of course, at the end, depends on the IADI as well as the DIC in every country. I remember now the SRI stands for Sustainable Responsible Investment. So that is already declared by the IADI. Now, the question is how to implement that, how to enact that. Please, other questions?
There's a lady on the left
Yes,
there.
please.
Yes.
It's in front of us. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the IDIC for inviting us on this fruitful international seminar. My name is Joyce Onesiforo Shala from Deposit Insurance Board, United Republic of Tanzania, East Africa. You have advised us to invest on areas that are pro-environment, climate sensitive. In my jurisdiction, we manage the Deposit Insurance Fund, and our own source of fund growth is through investment. And the law in my jurisdiction allow us to invest in the risk-free areas of investment, and to be specific, in government securities, which are treasury bills and treasury bonds. So we fill in the investment forms and invest on government securities. So we don't have control to choose on how they are going to invest our funds, because we just subject our investments so that they can invest on our behalf so that the fund can grow. So I want to know what is your advice on the best way to ensure that the more that we are investing and our fund are channeled to the climate, environment sensitive areas of investment, so that we comply with these new directives of ensuring that funds are invested in a climate sensitive environment. Thank you.
Very good question.
Well, I guess each of the national deposit insurance entities will have a particular set of of rules in which they operate. So what one says wouldn't necessarily apply as a template across all of them. I think my advice would be, as our moderator said, to go back to those sustainable, responsible investment guidelines and principles that the international organization in this area has set out, and then give some consideration as to how they might be applied in your particular national context. And everyone may find a different way of applying them. It may be that when you look at them, you think, well, is the setting or the legislation or regulation under which we operate, is it actually adequate for us to do the job that we now need to do? So that may raise some policy questions. That's possible, which would need to be resolved then with government. But I think everyone will find a way to incorporate these principles into the way they do the business of the entity. It won't be a one-size-fits-all. But going back to the previous question from Philippines, I think this sort of platform for sharing experience is incredibly important because just as the chairman said at the start of the meeting when the issue was first raised, the answer was, what's this got to do with us? It sort of takes me back to the 1980s when no one was talking about this at all in the circles I moved in, to it being very difficult to act on it, even 20-odd years ago in government. And now we're in a crisis. So everyone's thinking, what is our way into this issue? What contribution can, whatever field of endeavour we're in our societies, economies, what could we do? And so getting that dialogue, hearing how others are dealing with it. Indonesia's clearly very forward-leaning on this. It's taken the opportunity to bring this discussion together. And I agree with the representative from Philippines. Wouldn't it be great to have it as a standing feature of G20 summits to bring this discussion together, build on the knowledge, share the experience, have more seminars, workshops to build on this knowledge?
Yeah, so Chairman Purbaya and Mas Didi, Bulana, this may be historical for the Indonesian LPS, deposit insurance companies, because you are the one who started up with this, and hopefully, let's give a round of applause. And hopefully the suggestions made by our friends from the Philippines is going to be implemented. Next questions. I think we still have some 5 to 10 minutes.
You have a red sign there.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't see you from far away.
No, you have a red sign that says 0 minutes.
Oh, but I got message 5 minutes. Yes, maybe this is the last question. This is our friend from Deposit Insurance Company in India.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Helen Clark. I'm Deepak Kumar from Deposit Insurance and Central Bank of India, Reserve Bank of India.
Just asking, could you speak up a wee bit for us on the stage?
Yes, can you speak louder, please?
Yeah, I'm Deepak Kumar. Is it good?
Yes.
Yeah. From Reserve Bank of India and looking after deposit insurance also. My question is based on your deep insight and long association with this environment-related issue. Despite and besides the political will and commitment, the efforts towards decarbonization is very essential, because not only the developed country which per capita use of carbon thing is high, but the country like India where it is less than earlier presentation it was 1.8, there also they need effort for decarbonization, and which depends on nature, process, natural process, and innovation and discovery. So what are the going on in particularly scientific innovation and discovery for decarbonization? Because that is very essential for success of net zero emission by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically it's combining the scientific knowledge
Yes, yes, and you're sort of, as the moderator said, you're bringing together the issue of the scientific knowledge is telling us we need to go this way, but the political will isn't leading us fast enough there. And in essence, you're absolutely right. You know, I was very struck by the statement that came out from the UN a week ago in the run-up to the COP, where they said there is currently no credible pathway to avoid breaching the 1.5 Celsius limit on global warming above pre-industrial levels. And Paris' ambition was to limit to under 1.5. So repeat, no credible pathway on current trends. They say they come up with a range of projections of what the current commitments to climate action would deliver, and it's in the range of 2.1 degrees to 2.9, and they say, well, cut that down the middle, 2.5 is the most likely. Now, what does that mean for Indonesia? Catastrophic. What does it mean for Philippines? Catastrophic. What does it mean for sub-Saharan Africa? Catastrophic. I mean, so political will is the issue. And I think that, look, high-income countries need to do more, no question. But the reality is that even if high-income countries decarbonize tomorrow, it won't solve the problem. Because we have the mega emerging economies, of which Indonesia is one, India is one, China is one, Brazil, South Africa, name the long and important list, Philippines, over 100 million population now. People, you know, wanting development, wanting to get ahead, but needing access to the finance, the technology, the know-how to do it in a way that doesn't further compromise the planet. And in the end, a lot of it comes back to money. As I said, there's going to need to be $1 trillion a year external financing for climate action in developing countries by 2030, but also the political will of leaders to say, look, we know it's not easy, but we know where we have to go. And really, Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, is saying we need more political will. We need everyone to improve on what is called in the trade their nationally determined contributions. That's what every country has to put up under their obligations with the Paris Agreement. This is what we're going to do, and we need to lift ambition. Otherwise, this bleak statement of no credible pathway, I mean, the no credible pathway, at the moment, we're not even a pathway to stay under 2 degrees, which used to be the objective, let alone 1.5. So political will, matched by the resources, based on access to the technology and knowledge, and based on the best science. That's the magic, you know, combination of forces that we need to work together here.
Would you agree that political will is almost like renewable resources?
Well, political will has to be constantly renewed, yes. And look, I found it very difficult as New Zealand Prime Minister on these issues. I can tell you that our country had a almost unique greenhouse gas footprint, still does, where 50% of our greenhouse gases come off agriculture. 30% of the total of our gases come off methane from animals. Well, you're not going to solve that very quickly. But we farm very intensively. We shouldn't farm so intensively. We're hurting our water supply, and we have the high rate of methane emissions, and then the other sort of deadly greenhouse gas that we emit, 20% of our profile is the nitrous oxide from fertilizer. So we need less intensive, more sustainable farming. But you know, the farming community say, well, you know, what are we supposed to do? Now, they've just been brought into accelerated climate action framework in New Zealand. There'll be a high political price for it. When I was Prime Minister, there was a tractor driven up the steep main steps of the Parliament protesting about what we were trying to do. It was very, very difficult. We had, you know, a whole political campaign whipped up against us because we tried to introduce the low energy light bulbs and so on. I mean, the public isn't easy on this, believe me. And it takes enormous political will to stick to your guns and say, look, we have to move ahead on this, but work out ways that you can mitigate the impact on the poorest and most vulnerable and help sectors to adjust, because there's a lot of adjustment to do.
Well, unfortunately, time is up now, and we know we are discussing a very complex issues. But But come to think about it, actually, if we are just focusing on just one number, and that is the emission, just focus on that one number, emission, because that will translate indirectly into the temperature, and that translate into many, many repercussions on many activities around the world. So if we just think about just one number, one data, one target, and that is the CO2 emission, maybe that will a little bit ease our job and our responsibility. But having said that, I think we all agree that we need to congratulate the Indonesian deposit insurance companies for having this kind of forum, and I believe it's for the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman Purbaya, that among the DIC, this is the first time that we are talking at the international fora about the role of the DIC in attacking or combating the climate change. And for that, we can be proud of, all the Indonesian can be proud of. So with that, let me close the session by thanking the Right Honorable Helen Clark for her excellent presentation and sharing her thought about these complex issues. And with that, I'll give back the floor to the organizer.
Thank you.
A big applause for Pak Iwan Jaya Asis and Madam Helen Clark for a great discussion. Thank you so much, Pak Iwan Jaya Asis and Madam Helen Clark. You both are welcome to return to your seats. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
So we are expecting all of you to please come back to this ballroom at around 15 minutes over past 11. And you are most welcome to have some snacks, coffee or tea just outside of this ballroom. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again for the second and the third session after the coffee break. Thank you.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, Etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai Etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka Etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi Ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Session 2 of the International Seminar 2022 will begin shortly. Therefore, I would like for all the guests that are still outside of the ballroom to please enter the ballroom and please be seated at the available seats inside. Thank you so much.
Melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Still a very good morning to you all, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us again in session 2. The main theme for panel discussion in this session is current situation and progress on sustainability initiative. You have seen the speakers for this session. The first one is Desmarie Brooks, Analyst of Monitoring and Risk Assessment Department, Jamaica Deposit Insurance Corporation. The second one will be Amanda McLaughlin, Development Director from Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, which will be joining virtually. The third one is Lutfiana Kartika Larasati, Senior Analyst from Climate Policy Initiative. And the moderator for the session, the second session, is a researcher from Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Dr. Maxensius Trisambodo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the second session, Dr. Maxensius Trisambodo.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So this morning, we have very good discussion, very inspiring about the role of deposit insurance in dealing with climate change, sustainable development, and green economy. So in the second sessions, we will go more deeply and exploring more kind of technical dimensions on the topic, the rules of deposit insurance in dealing with climate change. So the second session title is current situations, progress on sustainability initiative. So it is great. We have 3 speakers. They are women. We have 3 superwomen in the second session. For the first one, I would like to invite Desmary Brooks to come to the stage, please. This Mary Brooks, she is an analyst in monitoring and risk assessment department at Jamaica Deposit Insurance. She has been working in Jamaica Deposit Insurance for about 6 years. So she conducts monitoring development of global and local contexts, assessing the financial performance of the members, to ensure compliance, identify risks, and also conduct research. There will be excellent topic of discussion that we'll bring today. Thank you, Desmary. And I would like also to invite our second speakers, Lutfayana Kartika Larasarti, or we can call her Chika. Please, Chika. Thank you. Ibu Chika is a senior climate finance analyst, climate policy initiative. Also, she's a young professional committee, CPI Australia. She expert in climate finance and policy with 10-year experience as a professional experience in sustainable finance, risk management, investment, climate market, and due diligence. Very excellent having you here, Ibu Chika. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the last ones, we have Ibu Amanda McLaughlin. She's not here, but she'll present online. Are you with us, Ibu Amanda? Okay, Ibu Amanda, she's a Development Director, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, British Embassy in Jakarta. So, in the first presentations, I would like to invite Desmary to show your experiences in dealing with how the Jamaica Deposit Insurance Corporations touching issue on climate change and also kind of the challenge, prospect and challenge, and also of course the existing situation that you're having now in conducting this task. So you will have about 20 minutes. So time is yours, Madam Desmary, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, fellow panelists, presenters, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try. Salamat Paji. Good morning. All right, so I'll be presenting on the topic, how can climate risks be incorporated into risk-based supervision, and highlighting some of the key considerations and implications for deposit insurers. So this is the outline for the presentation. First, I will be looking at what are the types of climate risks and how these risks can be transmitted to the financial sector. I'll also be looking at some of the principles that govern climate risk as it relates to supervision and some of the responses of supervisors in different jurisdictions. And this is a question that has been coming out since morning. What are the considerations, what are the implications for deposit insurers, and that will be discussed in the third section. And then finally, some summary points and some questions for us as deposit insurers and as supervisors to consider as it relates to climate risks. Now, first of all, regardless of which jurisdiction you are from here, I'm sure that everyone can agree that you are impacted in some way by climate change, by climate events. I'm sure from morning we have emphasized and we have realized just how important or how topical this issue is. When we look at the conditions globally, this is a diagram that was created by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and it shows the most significant climate events just recently in September 2022, and this includes hurricanes, typhoons, and countries experiencing some of their warmest temperatures. But one might be questioning, one might ask, how are these risks related to the financial system? Because usually when we talk about risk in the financial system, we talk about your credit risk, your liquidity risk, operational risks, right? But your climate risks are becoming increasingly topical, and it is directly related to the financial system. So policyholders, member institutions, supervisors, deposit insurers have to recognize this impact and the implications for the financial sector. So let us look now at how climate risks can be transmitted to the financial sector. So there are generally two types of climate risks: physical risks and transition risks. And physical risks arise from like damage to property, infrastructure, and land. So for example, a hurricane or flooding, it can destroy houses, agricultural produce, and disrupt the electricity supply, and this is an example of, these are examples of physical risks. Similarly, transition risks are a little different, and that is as a result of policy. So where you have government policy towards climate risks, or you have technological advances, or there is change in consumer sentiments. Someone earlier had mentioned climate deniers, so this is where this will come in. The extent, however, of the impact of these types of risks on the financial system is going to depend on a number of factors. So for example, your location or the key sectors. So as an example, in Indonesia, you are tourism. Tourism is one of the key sectors, and this is a sector that is significantly impacted by climate change. It can destroy the beaches, it can destroy infrastructure that tourists are here to appreciate. And so because there is such a heavy reliance on tourism in a particular country, then the impact on the financial system will be even greater. And so let's look at how these risks can be transmitted to like the traditional financial risks. So for example, if you look at credit risk, where you have a farmer who has a mortgage, who has a loan, for example, his income is significantly impacted if there is flooding that destroys his property. How will he service his loan at the financial institution, and how will the financial institution collect on these obligations where they are not, where borrowers are not able to finance the loans? And similarly, your credit risk, your market risk, your liquidity risk, depositors might decide to withdraw their funds as a result of their impacts, because they're impacted by climate risks. And all of these risks can be linked back to climate risk. So let's move. So now that we know what are climate risks and we have an idea in terms of how it can be transmitted to the financial system, we can look at climate risk in terms of supervision. So there are a number of international agencies that have been looking at climate risks and developing principles or guidelines related to climate risks. For example, the FSB has published a roadmap for addressing climate-related financial risks. Similarly, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision published principles for the effective management and supervision of climate-related financial risks. And it outlines the principles to govern financial institutions incorporating climate risks into their governance, management, and internal controls. So the first 12 principles are focused on what the financial institutions can do, and then principles 13 to 18 provides guidance for supervisors. So principles 13, 14, and 15 speak to the relevant prudential, regulatory, and supervisory requirements for banks, while principle 16 to 18 outline the responsibilities, powers, and functions of the supervisor. And that's a very, very high level. These principles seek to ensure that the supervisor determines that financial institutions have the appropriate mechanisms in place to identify and incorporate climate risks into all aspects of their business, including their business strategies, corporate governance, internal controls, and risk management frameworks. In addition to this, supervisors should have the appropriate mechanisms, methodologies, resources, and capabilities to assess the appropriateness or adequacy of financial institutions' approach and whether it is aligned to their supervisory expectations. Supervisors should also incorporate in its current methodologies climate risks, for example, stress testing for mild to severe climate events. So what are supervisors in different jurisdictions doing as it pertains to incorporating climate risks into their supervisory frameworks? Most jurisdictions would have recognized the increasing importance and relevance of climate risks and have taken steps to incorporate these risks into their risk-based supervisory approach. In Jamaica, for example, having recognized the potential impact, as I'm not sure if I had mentioned it before, but Jamaica is a tropical island in the Caribbean. We're very prone to hurricanes, sea level rises, and we're also reliant on tourism and agriculture. And these sectors are significantly impacted by climate change. So the BOJ, having recognized the potential impact for climate-related risks on the financial system and the implications for financial system stability, plans to improve their oversight in this area. And the bank has already conducted climate-specific stress testing and is in the process of developing a comprehensive climate risk framework, not only to incorporate climate risks into supervision, but also to create a greener financial system in Jamaica. We can also look at what some of the other jurisdictions are doing. In the United States, the FDIC, in the United States, the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, drafted and issued 4 common principles related to climate financial risk management for large financial institutions. OSFI in Canada issued guidance as well related to climate risks. In Europe, the ECB has launched stress tests in their banking system on climate-related risks, and the Bank of England has also done scenario analysis on climate risk. And all of these jurisdictions, and this is not an exhaustive list, there are other countries that are taking steps, other supervisors who are taking steps to incorporate climate risks. Because most countries recognize the importance and the implications for financial system stability. So now the matter that we're all interested in, deposit insurance. So I know that persons would have been asking since morning, what are the considerations? How can deposit insurers contribute to this whole matter of climate change? The IARDI recognized climate risk as one of the 5 emerging issues that can significantly affect deposit insurance systems in the near term. And this presentation will look at some of the key considerations in terms of mandates and powers in terms of public policy objectives and these other operations, funding, etc. So let us look first at public policy objectives, which is the first consideration that we'll be discussing. DIs, as we know, have a public policy objective to contribute to the stability of the financial system, and as we have established, climate risks could impact the stability of the financial system in a very serious way. In this regard, deposit insurers need to keep abreast of developments in climate risk policy within their jurisdiction and incorporate climate risk monitoring. DI should also collaborate with other members of the financial system safety net to build out and implement a robust and comprehensive climate risk framework for their country that is specific based on the relevant material risks. Framework should also be aligned with international best practices. So what this is essentially saying is that, one, it is not a one-size-fits-all approach to addressing climate risk. Every country has to determine what risks are material to their jurisdictions and approach it in that way. Also, it has to be a coordinated approach among the financial system safety net partners. So the DI can't be doing one thing over here and then the central bank is over here doing another thing to address climate risk. Everyone has to come together, recognize the risks, identify the risks, measure these risks, and see how best to approach it for that specific jurisdiction. As it pertains to mandates and powers, each DI, whether you are a pay box, whether you're a risk minimizer, is impacted, your functions are impacted by climate risks. Specifically, the risk minimizer would have supervisory powers, and as such, these climate risks will have to be incorporated in the supervisory aspect. And in terms of your operations and your fund management for the other mandates and powers, these are impacted by climate risks, and so measures will have to be put in place to mitigate against these risks. In terms of operations, climate events will likely cause disruptions to a DI's operations, both in crisis and in non-crisis periods. So similar to how COVID forced us to apply work from home arrangements and have virtual meetings, in the same way climate events can limit access to normal work functions. It can destroy our infrastructure and destroy our systems. In crisis periods, access to records could be impacted, delaying resolution activities and protracting the payouts timeline, and you know that has implications for reputation and confidence in the financial system. Against this background, DI's strategic plans, readiness evaluations, business continuity plans, ERM evaluations and simulation exercises should incorporate climate risks, and the necessary methods be included to manage these risks. In terms of funding, the slides are malfunctioning. All right. In terms of funding, climate risks also have implications for DI funding and fund management. In terms of premium collection, for those DIs that use risk-based premium collection methodology, it may be a case where climate risk should be incorporated in premium calculations. For example, an institution with a high concentration of investments in tourism or in agriculture may attract higher premiums if the tourism sector or the agricultural sector is susceptible to climate risks. For DIs that maintain an ex-ante fund, climate-related risks should be incorporated in the models and used to assess the needs. So your target reserve fund ratio, as well as the liquidity profile of your reserve, should also be incorporating these climate-related financial risks. Finally, something that was mentioned earlier, the management of the fund should also be done with consideration to the impact of climate risks on the performance of of investments, and additionally, investments should be aligned with policies geared towards moving to a low carbon economy. And then the final consideration that we will look at is crisis preparedness and resolution. So climate risks may impact the likelihood of member institutions' failure and may also hinder the execution of the decided resolution strategy. As such, climate risk should be incorporated into the frameworks for early detection and timely intervention. Climate-related risk should also be incorporated in member institutions' recovery and resolution plans. In evaluating the viability of these recovery and resolution plans, the DIs and also the resolution authorities should identify actions in these plans which may adversely be impacted by climate risk. So you can't have in your resolution and recovery plan something that is going to be impacted by climate risk, but the measures to circumvent that are not also included in the plan. So where the actions are adversely impacted by climate risks, mitigating strategies must be in place. So looking now at Jamaica and what has been done specifically to address the climate risks in our financial sector, the Jamaica Deposit Insurance Corporation, JDIC, is a part of the Financial System Stability Committee, and this committee has established a technical working group for climate risk led by the Bank of Jamaica, the central bank, and the FSSN has focused on building capacity and its technical skill set for climate risks. Plans are in place for the training of financial institution staff and conducting other stakeholder sensitization and training sessions. So in terms of the climate deniers that was mentioned by that gentleman here, this is some of the ways that we're planning to address this by having sensitization sessions, by training staff, by training the general public on climate risks and what their part is. The consolidated supervisory framework will be updated to include climate risk as well. And additionally, JDIC member institutions monitoring and risk assessment framework, as well as our crisis preparedness and management plan, is to be updated to include climate risks. So these are some questions that I would love to leave us with to consider in our respective jurisdictions. The first question is, what climate risks are relevant to your jurisdiction specifically, and how can the risk or impacts be quantified and measured? So is it that you're more impacted by physical risks, floods, storms, wildfires, or are the transition risks more apparent in your jurisdiction? How can you measure these risks? How can they be quantified in your jurisdiction? What is the best approach to address the specific climate risks in your jurisdiction? Which FSSN agency is ultimately responsible for developing a climate risk framework? Remember, I had mentioned before that it has to be a coordinated approach amongst all the agencies, and it has to be something that the approach has to be specific to the risks that are faced in your jurisdiction. Based on your mandate, to what extent does your agency need to build capacity to understand and incorporate climate risks in executing its roles and functions? Is the capacity going to be built within the organization? Are you going to be getting assistance from international agencies? To what extent do you need to build this capacity? To what extent are stakeholders aware and knowledgeable about climate risks, and what measures can be taken in your jurisdiction to improve stakeholder awareness? Is it that you're going to be having forums, sensitization sessions, training sessions to make your stakeholders more aware of the climate risks and the financial risks associated and the financial system stability implications? To what extent should your operating plans include the management of climate risks? And is there need for a larger deposit insurance fund based on the assessed risk exposure to climate-related risks? And I have 18 seconds remaining. I want to thank you for listening so intensely. And I'm going to try again. Terima kasih. Yes?
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Desmeri, for excellent presentations. Very interesting to see how Jamaica conducted kind of institutional arrangements, improving the capabilities, and also step the government have done so far. I think, both Jamaica and Indonesia also share common problem regarding the climate factors that we share related climate risk. Indonesia and Jamaica in the tropical countries, and even if we read Swiss Re report last year's, Indonesia is one of the most risky country in terms of climates, and I don't know, Jamaica is, I think it's not on the list on the 48 countries, but yeah, I think a lot of issue that Indonesia and Jamaica can work together to strengthen the capability in dealing with the climates.
Right, because we're impacted in a similar way.
Yes, excellent. So for the second speaker, we have Ibu Chika from Climate Policy Initiative. So you have around 20 minutes, Bu Chika. Time is yours, please.
Thank you. Selamat pagi, selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu semua. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for LPS, the chairman, Bapak Purbaya, for the invitation, and thank you for being here also for the distinguished speakers, moderator, and distinguished guest. I'm Lutfiana, you can call me Chika. I'm the senior analyst at Climate Policy Initiatives. Climate Policy Initiatives is an advisory and analysis organization which focus on the finance and policy on and how to drive the economic growth while addressing the climate risk as mentioned earlier by the previous speakers. Climate risk is one of the key considerations on how the financial sectors can move forwards and support sustainable development. So without further ado, my presentation today would be rather short. I would like to share a bit of snapshot of the current situation and progress on sustainability initiative in Indonesia, particularly on the financial sectors and banking sectors. Here we try to map the progress and the current initiative of Indonesia Sustainable Finance Initiatives back from the 10 years ago in 2012. OJK, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, our financial service authority, was one of the founding member of Sustainable Banking Networks. And then in 2015, OJK launched Sustainable Finance Framework Phase 1, which consists of the key focus on the capacity building and then developing the regulatory framework on sustainable finance and also all the infrastructure, creating the ecosystem for sustainable finance. As we know globally, financial sectors, not only in Indonesia, but I believe in all countries, is one of the highly regulated sectors where all the various regulation has been introduced to boost and also to drive the role of the financial sectors, bankers, the deposit insurance, the capital market to contribute more on the sustainable development of the country. And then if we see in 2016, Indonesia Sustainable Finance Initiative was launched. It was initially consists of 8 members of commercial banks in Indonesia which already implement sustainable finance principle in their operations. So it means in the operations, meaning that it is integrated in their planning, budgeting, and also investment strategy as well as the financing. So their portfolio already considered sustainable finance principle, which aligned to the OJK Sustainable Finance Framework, which was launched a year back. And then here we highlighted in green in 2017 because we see that this is one of the key milestones of Indonesia where there is OJK regulation, POJK 51, about the sustainable finance implementation. So not only the principle, but the implementation is regulated, it's stipulated in the OJK regulation in 2017, as well as POJK 60 on the green bonds. So we see that 2017 is the foundational regulation of the sustainable and green finance was introduced. And then right after 2017, 2018, we see that there is products, the financial instrument that was launched. One of the product is the first Indonesia Sovereign Green Sukuk. This is the first in the world that was launched. And then also the SDG Indonesia One, a blended finance platform, was also launched in 2018. And from the capital market point of view, the IDX also joined Sustainable Finance Exchange, Sustainable Exchange in 2018. So right after the green dots on 2017, we see that there's a progressive steps taken by the Indonesia in 2018. And then if we go through to the 2019, this is where one of the macro-prudential policies in financial sector was launched by Central Bank of Indonesia. There was a relaxation of LTV, FTV ratio in providing the finance for the green buildings and also electric vehicles and related infrastructures in regards to the electric vehicles was launched in 2019. So not only from the OJK point of the micro-prudential, but our central bank also issue the enabling regulation on the macro-prudential policy to boost, to drive sustainable finance in Indonesia. And then if we go back to 2020, 2021, here, our Financial Service Authority, our OJK, launched the next phase of Sustainable Finance Roadmap, the phase 2, which focus on how to integrate the climate risk, the ESG factors, and also the taxonomy, green taxonomy, to be included in our framework so that we can have a complete ecosystem, not only the foundational regulation, but also the financial instruments, the modalities on how to mobilize the sustainable finance to the economy of Indonesia is also stipulated in the roadmap phase 2. And then in that year as well, we see that from the capital market point of view, IDX also launched IDX ESG Leaders Index in Indonesia Exchange. So this is also an improvement key milestone, not only from the banking side, but also from the capital market. So the whole ecosystem of financial sectors is already included, is already has a participation in driving the sustainable growth in 2020 and 2021. And also we see that there is additional IDX rule that provide incentive for the green bonds issuance. So here we see that there is a complete set of the ecosystem from the regulation, the enabling regulations, macro-prudential, micro-prudential, and then the instrument modalities as well as the incentive. It's already introduced in 2020 and 2021. And then lastly, the recent one, we just launched the Indonesia Green Taxonomy version 1 back into January 2022. It was launched by OJK, our Financial Service Authority. That also one of the policy effort to strengthen sustainable finance ecosystem in Indonesia. So here we see a very progressive steps that's been taken by the government of Indonesia, and we really appreciate our regulators, including the Indonesia DIC, in supporting the ecosystem. Here we see that previously we do have POJK 51 in 2027, and what's actually in our 2022 Green Taxonomy. POJK 51 previously identified 12 sustainable business activities, which include 11 green sectors, and also 1 social financing to finance small, medium enterprises. And what are the opportunities that could be given by the new green taxonomy? Here in green taxonomy, it has the opportunity to widen the coverage because currently it covers about 900 plus subsectors based on the Indonesia list of the business activities, and which has the potential to be expanded further up to 2,700 plus subsectors to be included. So currently there are 15 business activities that is tagged as an automatic green, so meaning that if we invest in these sectors, that we are already automatically contribute to the green sectors, to the sustainable sectors. And then we still have the yellow and reds. Here, the yellow and reds are rather dominating the green taxonomy as of now, but our taxonomy already put the minimum safeguards and standards to define which one of the business category that falls through the green, yellow, or reds. And we try to analyze the impact of the POJK 51 and also the green taxonomy. CPI already just launched a study. We conducted the focus group survey targeting the commercial banks in Indonesia that represent about 60% of market share. So hopefully this can provide the color of our banking sectors. We see that there is an upward trend in investing sustainably. The green ones is actually the one that was mentioned in POJK, the 11 sectors, the green sectors, and the gray ones is the social financing for the micro, small, and medium enterprise. We see that the numbers is growing for the past 3 years, which is very impressive given the COVID pandemic. We still have a room, we still see the room for improvement for the sustainable investment. Here we see that although it's growing, but more of the financing goes towards the social and governance, and about 30% going to the environmental sectors. So we see that here there's a quite amount of gap of the social finance and the green finance. We see, if we see the improvement, we can see that there is a potential to be unlocked from our Indonesia financial sectors, especially because, for example, for our capital market, we see the capitalization from 2015 to August 2022 is about 9.4 quadrillion rupiah, which is about 3.5 times of our 22 state budget, APBN. So it has a big potential to be unlocked, and then if we can mobilize this finance from the financial sectors, taken for example from the capital market, for the other markets, it could be provide more impact to our sustainable development. And then on the right-hand side, if we dig further to the green sectors, most of the financing still go to the agriculture, the palm oil, and all that. While we have 11 sectors that could be financed, that has an impact on emission reduction. For example, on the renewable energy, energy efficiency, we see improvement, and we are very optimistic that it could be further improved in the future given the potential for supporting Indonesia climate goals. And then other than those energy sectors, we also have the biodiversity sectors, aquaculture, which could be also included as part of the sustainable financing, and also waste management. So there are various window of green investment that could be contributed in the future. So in terms of mobilizing the finance for climate goals and sustainable investment, the green taxonomy is a very good start for us, for Indonesia, to introduce, to strengthen our ecosystem in sustainable finance. But it would need more action to have more robust impact. So the first one, to improve our interoperability and credibility of our taxonomy, for example, by having the streamline, harmonizing the regulations, the foundational framework, so we have a common language to be shared across the globe, for example. But taken for example, Indonesia is one of the ASEAN countries. If our taxonomy could be interoperable with the ASEAN Sustainable Finance Taxonomy, it could be open our investment doors from our investors from ASEAN, for example. And then next one, we also need to see the taxonomy, the green categories, as a transitions. Here in G20, we know that one of the key issues that has been talked about is the ETM, Energy Transition Mechanism, and also the just transitions. So we see that those are in the yellow categories could be identified as the sectors with the transition that will have a clear pathway, threshold, and also the timeline when to transition to the low carbon economy. So why we need to have these synchronized with the global taxonomy, so we can attract more investment to support our sustainable development, and also from the investor point of view, by having streamlined and more harmonized taxonomy and regulation on sustainable finance, it could reduce the cost of due diligence, for example. And then lastly is to reduce the friction, so we can attract more global funding to finance and to work collaboratively to achieve our climate goals as pledged in Paris Agreement. And as all you may see now, Indonesia now has improved the NDC targets. Our enhanced NDC is now higher as compared to our 2021 updated NDC. So if this green taxonomy can be used, can be optimized with the enabling environment, with the enabling financial instrument, and also the modalities on how to mobilize this finance, this could also provide the contribution to our achievement of our NDC 2030 and also to our net zero 2060. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ibu Chika, for very deep dive discussion regarding the finance issue. Yeah, we see that we have quite a good milestone since 2012 until now, and yeah, we also can see how the potential finance and how the allocation to all sectors, and yeah, agriculture will be one of the biggest shares, yeah, in the pie. This will be interesting because yeah, small medium enterprises, kind of farmers, will become one of the riskiest actors, yeah, from the climates, and I think we can discuss it further in the discussion section. So for the last speakers, we have Ibu Amanda from British Embassy of Jakarta. Ibu Amanda, are you there? Can you hear? Hopefully, okay. Okay, Ibu Amanda, you have about 20 minutes to share your presentation. Okay, okay, time is yours. Please, Ibu Amanda, thanks.
Thank you, Pak, and it's really lovely to be here today. I'm very sorry that I can't join you all in person, and I'm dialing in from Jakarta today, and so it's really nice to be part of this panel. And just to send my greetings to my fellow speakers, distinguished moderator, and the assembled guests, both in Bali and online. It's really good to be part of the session today. My name is Amanda McLaughlin, and I am the Development Director in the British Embassy in Jakarta, covering both Indonesia and ASEAN region, our relationship with ASEAN. So really happy to be here with you all today. Good morning and selamat siang. I'll start by just talking about why climate change is so important to the UK, and then get into more of the specifics. So, in terms of the framing, I mean, we are so glad to see that IDIC has chosen to focus on climate and sustainability in this seminar. The significance and the urgency of addressing climate change doesn't need explaining. As you know, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change brings together the world's leading researchers to produce periodic evidence on climate change and its impact. And its latest reporting shows us how the rising weather and climate extremes has led to some irreversible impacts as natural and human systems are pushed back their ability to adapt. We've already seen the first climate change-driven species extinction, and others are approaching irreversible state of decline. Climate change is adversely impacting physical and mental health of people globally, and driving or exacerbating multiple humanitarian crises. Climate change is manifesting alongside multiple concurrent trends: biodiversity loss, unsustainable consumption of natural resources, ecosystem degradation, rapid urbanization, human demographic shift, social and economic equality, and a globally devastating pandemic. These amplify and compound one another and undermine the foundations of well-being, resilience, and prosperity. Fortunately, it is clear that appreciation of the degree and severity of climate and sustainability is rising among public and decision makers globally. Last year, the UK COP26 presidency secured the agreement of the Glasgow Climate Pact, a significant step forward with commitments on mitigation, adaptation, finance, and collaboration, which keep 1.5 degrees alive. But the need for stepping up implementation and action is increasingly urgent. All of us have a responsibility to consider what actions we can take to contribute to globally agreed goals of climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. And the global financial sector has a very important role to play. And I will focus my remarks mainly on this today. I'll start by giving you some background on the work that we do to support Indonesia's action and ambition on climate change for the British Embassy in Jakarta. Next slide, please. As mentioned, climate change is a top international priority for the UK. Our integrated review, which we published in 2021, underscores the relevance of the Indo-Pacific region to global prosperity and stability, but also conveys a message that neither prosperity nor stability can be achieved without growth that is clean, resilient, and sustainable. And within this region, Indonesia's decisions and actions are of huge significance for climate action, not only to the region, but to the world. Indonesia is the world's 10th largest The UK was the first country in the world to commit to fully mandatory disclosure aligned with the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures. These rules have now been introduced. We delivered on our government's commitment from COP26 last year to move towards mandatory transition plan disclosure. Updated FCA rules for asset managers and owners of listed companies would comply or explain requirements to publish transition plans are in force since January this year. We also launched the Transition Plan Task Force in May to create the gold standard for firm-level transition plans. We are in the process of updating our green finance strategy, originally published in 2019. We are proud of the progress we have achieved so far. However, aligning global financial systems with the Paris Agreement will need all countries to maintain and step up. Finance is a global business. Climate change is not limited by national borders. That's why the UK strongly supports the development of global standards on sustainable finance to ensure a consistency of approach. We hope that all countries can implement mandatory broad economy climate risk reporting aligned with the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures. Some tools that are vital to climate action rely on international cooperation in order to be effective. For example, tackling greenwashing, establishing effective taxonomy, and cross-border carbon pricing and carbon market initiatives. Next slide, please. We are also deploying UK funding to catalyse green investment elsewhere in the world. I'll give an example of what we are doing in this respect in ASEAN. The UK's relationship with ASEAN is key to delivering our shared ambitions for a cleaner and greener future. We are excited and have recently become ASEAN's first new dialogue partner in 25 years. ASEAN countries are reaching new heights of economic growth, which is exciting, but we must find ways to avoid growth coming at the cost of vital public goods. Stable climate, rising biodiversity, and clean air, for example. At COP26, the UK announced a major new partnership worth up to £110 million with ASEAN, providing long-term concessional finance for green infrastructure across this region. This is a blended finance approach where the UK's contribution will make green infrastructure projects more affordable to governments and attractive for other investors. It will also provide technical expertise, including from the UK, to help facilitate these investments, for example, through removing legal bottlenecks. We hope this new funding can support the bold actions already being taken in the region to shift finance onto the green pathway. It is also significant that the UK's development financing institution, British International Investments, has opened a hub in Singapore and is looking to expand its investment footprint in this region, including in Indonesia, and we met with their team in their first visit to Jakarta just last week. A very exciting development from BII. Next slide, please. I believe that many of the audience are from the insurance sector, which is at the vanguard of both impact of and approaches to managing climate change. Some of the most creative solutions and vital data relating to climate are coming from the insurance sector, helping with building resilience, protecting assets, and changing behaviours. In insurance, pricing risk is your core business. You are leaders in the depth, breadth, and quality of data and metrics on the nature of risk. This data is vital for responding to climate change. Good data can illuminate the dimensions of climate hazards and disasters and help shape risk preparedness and risk reduction. It helps to internalise the externalities of commercial and policy decisions. It is important not only that this data informs insurance products, but that we continue to explore ways to bring this data and expertise to inform public policy and wider green financial services. Insurance has emerged as an important tool in the toolbox of disaster risk finance, which helps countries manage the increasing risks of climate-related disasters like droughts and hurricanes. At the sovereign level, the UK has been active alongside other partners in setting up regional insurance schemes, which reduce risk premiums to allow countries to buy insurance as a group. Africa's insurance scheme is scaling up to cover $1 billion worth of risk each year, and last year paid out over $65 million in response to droughts and storms. Through our G7 presidency last year, we helped secure strong commitments on disaster risk finance, and Germany has continued to champion this topic under its G7 presidency this year. individuals in different positions of influence in their families, communities, companies, and wider society are taking bold and creative action. Hopefully what I talk about is giving you a better understanding of what the UK government is doing domestically, globally, and particularly here in Indonesia and ASEAN to support climate mitigation and resilience. Thank you very much. We look forward to your questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Amanda, for giving a very comprehensive overview about what have been done so far with the British Embassy regarding how we can work together in cooperations, setting up institutions and supporting finance that our British Embassy have done for about a decade in Indonesia, and although you mentioned to other countries too. So I think we still have about 30 minutes for questions, comment, discussion from the audience. So please raise your hands, mention your name and your organizations, and to all the speakers. So please, if you have any comment or questions. So if not, maybe I would like to have questions to the speakers regarding the questions that this morning raised by Mr. Purbaya regarding actually, to what extent do you see the most challenge factors that may need to be assessed in dealing to bring more resource and capability for deposit insurance to get more involved in dealing with climate change issue and sustainable developments? So this is the question can come to all of you if you have any comments or view about this. Maybe you can start first.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So, what's the big challenges that deposit insurance need to settle down and to have more capabilities in addressing climate finance issue in the future? You have any comment on that one? Please,
well, I think one of the biggest challenges is the availability of literature pertaining to deposit insurance and climate change. As we would have recognized from this morning, this would be the first time we're having a session like this, and persons would have been recommending that this be something that we continue to do, as it being a staple in our deposit insurance conferences going forward. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we have as DIs is that a lot of focus hasn't been placed on climate-related risks so far, but I think that we're on the route to changing that right now.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Ibu Chika, you have any comments?
Thank you, Pak. I see the main challenge would be from the Indonesia, from the DIC as a general, because they have a mandate to also invest a certain amount of the funding to support sustainable development. But the thing is, maybe because of the products in Indonesia, not many, the sustainable finance products, they have green bonds from the sovereign, they have sustainable bonds from for the retail. But I believe that for the IC, they're looking for the institutional scale of investment, which certified the criteria of sustainable finance or maybe the green finance, which has to be really comply with their investment mandate. Because the IC, I believe, this is the one of the key stakeholders which can also improve the ecosystem of the sustainable finance by investing in the scalable amount of investment to support climate goals of the country. Thank you. So, to summarize, the key limitation would be the limited products that could be invested and also the scale of the investments, because the IC has to be invested in the big amount of the investment to have more impact and also to mainstream the sustainable finance principle.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's someone raise a question. You can start first, please.
Can you hear me? Good morning. My question is for Ms. Desmarie Brooks. I heard your presentation. This is Mansi Garg from India. I have a question about the DI, what you spoke about the framework, deposit insurance fund, if we are setting a target. And for the purpose of the reserve ratio, what you said, we can incorporate the climate risk into that. So how we can actually go about it, that is one. And the climate risk framework, which the supervisor has developed, like in your case, as you said, JDIC, how that can be kind of juxtaposed to the deposit insurer, how the deposit insurer can actually, draw up a climate risk framework for itself. And plus, for the purpose of this deposit insurance fund target, how the climate risk can be incorporated. If you could please throw some light on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, a part of the climate risk framework that is being developed by the technical working group led by the Bank of Jamaica is actually measuring and quantifying these climate risks. And in doing so, you'd be able to, in your risk monitoring and assessment, actually have values that you can input to determine what the value of the risk is. And that will also inform the target fund ratio, because that will be a factor of the risk assessment that is conducted, including the climate risks. I hope that answered the question.
Right. So we quantify into metrics the risk and then incorporate it in the model.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Okay, thank you. There will be a second response. Please, share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Endrizal Ridwan from Andalas University in Padang, West Sumatra. Thank you for all of you who give very nice and excellent presentations. What comes into my mind is that the deposit insurer, we regulate banks, right? So the bank are the one who invest the customer money to project, whether clean or dirty or less clean. Okay, so we know that in order to encourage green finance, one of our effort is to increase the global awareness for the green finance. However, if we look at the return on investment, probably right now, green investment give us less return than, less green investment. And we insure the customer of the bank for their deposit into the bank. So I want to know, would you like to share what you did, or what are you doing in Jamaica or in UK or in Indonesia to force commercial bank to invest in green finance? Because the incentive for the bank is to invest in the high return instead of low return, to return their customer money. But we want them to invest in green finance. So what have you done for that matter? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, maybe you can start first, Desmarie, and then Ibu Chika.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. Well, I don't know if we can force the banks to invest in green. investments. However, that's why I had emphasized the importance of having a coordinated approach and you're having stakeholder awareness and stakeholder, all the financial institutions will be coming together towards this one goal, and not only from the financial sector perspective, also from the government perspective, because the government would have also developed a climate risk response where we're focused on having a low carbon economy and implementing measures towards reducing climate impacts in Jamaica. So I wouldn't say that I have a methodology to force persons, but through moral suasion, through information sharing, through a coordinated approach, stakeholder awareness, training, just emphasizing the importance of securing our future. So it's not just about returns, but it's also securing our health and our future and preserving our natural environments.
Thank you. Maybe Ibu Chika, you have any comments?
Thank you. Just a bit of comments, but for the commercial banks, we do have POJK 51 that has set the mandatory sustainability reporting. We see that from the survey that we conducted to the commercial banks, which represent 60% of the market share, there is an upward trend on the green investing from the banks, although it's not yet optimum. But we see the progress. So it could be from the regulations to mainstream the green finance throughout the commercial banks and also the financial sectors. And then secondly, the incentive could also be the driver. And then you mentioned about the return of the green investment, which is probably not as attractive as the conventional investment. I believe that here the awareness has to be increased because all the green projects, the sustainable projects, usually have the longer timelines where we need more time to realize the returns to our investment, to our portfolio. So if we can integrate the ESG factors, the climate factors, which is in line with the Sustainable Finance Roadmap of the OJK, on integrating climate risks, the ESG risks into our investment decisions, of course, the return should be adjusted. So the risk-adjusted returns to enhance awareness about there is a risk if investing in conventional sectors, for example, especially on the high-emitting sectors, there's a risk of the stranded assets, as mentioned earlier by the Honorable Prime Minister, Ms. Helen Clark, about the stranded assets. And I believe all the investors would like to avoid such risk because it definitely would push their return even below the conventional investments. So not only the regulations, the enabling regulations, the incentives, and also the awareness on how the climate risk should be incorporated into the investment planning and decisions for the longer term, because of the to realize the returns would require longer terms for the green and sustainable projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there is one question come from the online audience. I think this is go to Desmary. I think, could you elaborate how the agency in Jamaica develop scenario for climate stress testing in the finance sectors?
All right, so I can speak to what the central bank had done when they did the financial stress test, the climate stress testing prior in 2021. What they did was to focus on the indicators that would be impacted by climate risk. So your GDP was shocked, and inflation was shocked, and unemployment was shocked for climate risk. So it would be more of how those factors, those macroeconomic indicators are impacted, and from that you would see how it would affect the financial sector. So it was more of shocking the macroeconomic variables to determine what would happen within the financial sector. And what the stress testing found was that if there was a major hurricane in Jamaica that reduced GDP by a particular percentage, the institutions still remained, their capital still remained adequate.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think they will be in the middle. Please, yes, Please, madam.
Good morning. I'm Maribel Sanosef from the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation. Again, our appreciation to IDIC, headed by Chairman Perdaya, for hosting this event and adding this important topic, which is climate change, which goes beyond our stakeholders, the depositors, but affects each and every one of us. My question is for Ms. Brooks. May I confirm if Jamaica is already implementing risk-based deposit insurance? And if so, are climate risk already incorporated? And how is this operationalized or validated? And if not, is there already a plan to incorporate this kind of risk in your framework? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the question. So currently, yes, we are incorporating risk-based supervision in our supervisory framework, but in terms of incorporating climate risks in the risk-based supervisory framework, that is in train. So we have plans to incorporate it in our risk-based supervisory framework, but it's not implemented as yet. So there was just a preliminary testing, stress testing that was done, but in terms of incorporating it, the framework is being developed to do that right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I'm Mulyadi. I'm from Bank Mandiri. So my view is not representing the deposit insurance company, but probably from the member banks, that because we are the members of LPS in Indonesia. And I think if we refer to the first session this morning, one of the big questions that was asked by Pak Purbaya as the chairman of the LPS, or Indonesian Deposit Insurance Company, what a deposit insurance company can do. That is the big questions. And listening to the sharings earlier today from Ms. Brooks from Jamaica, one thing that is interesting, premium collections differentiations, which means, as I understand, deposit insurance company, they have limited reach to the market because they have to go through the member banks, right? So if the deposit insurance companies can influence the member banks, then it may have a bigger impact. One of the things that deposit insurance companies can do is actually to differentiate the premium in collections to the member banks. Just sharing because there are a lot of friends from other countries here. Indonesia adopt a single premiums model today, with this 0.1%, if I'm not mistaken, today, right, from our deposits, single premium. Now, if there is a methodology in which banks can show to deposit insurance companies that we are investing in certain class of assets in terms of ESG-related, investments or loans, probably deposit insurance can differentiate the premiums rather than single premium. Now, the question is, when I was having the coffee break outside, which index or ratings that we are going to use? Because probably some of you also read the articles. I think last week in Wall Street Journal, there was a research from a professor from MIT that saying there are 6, according to his research, there are 6 raters of ESG in the world now. Of course, there are more than that, but in the research, he noted only 6 companies, including Sustainalytics, Refinitiv, Moody's, S&P Globals, and so on, right? Including also MSCI index as well. But those 6 raters give the same company different ratings as well. So it's kind of, difficult which rating that you are going to use as a reference so that you can incentivize the member banks in this case, right? Now, there are 2 ways to do it, I think. You want to wait for anyone coming together as one measurement, or you just pick one of them and follow. the interesting things that I just knew that Ibu Luftiana's presentations, IDX or Jakarta Stock Exchange already adopt from sustainability index, ya Bu, ya, one of the 6 raters that was mentioned in the article. Whether you want to start there, then everybody follow, or waiting for a framework that is commonly adopted by everyone. Like in this case, because, probably the analogy is like this. In the accounting world, we understand there is IFRS, which is adopted internationally. No matter who the auditors is, they're referring to the same accounting principles, right? So whether Big Four or in your own respective countries you have. So it is good if we have some common measurements that can be adopted by every countries in the world, so that we can refer ourselves to that. But if not, probably we have to start somewhere, adopt one, and moving on, so that probably the initiatives can be moving rather than pocho-pocho like the other colleague here mentioned this morning. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Mulyadi. Very innovative idea there. Thanks. Maybe anyone can give comments about the differentiations regarding the premium. What do you think about that one? Can we properly adopt that, or any challenge to do that? Please.
Well, thinking about it, in terms of premium collection and incorporating, because premium collection would be risk-based. So if it is a situation where the financial institutions are not incorporating these climate risks into their management process, then their risk would automatically increase, and as a result, they would be paying higher premiums. But I don't think that we can directly say, okay, you're not investing in green investments, and as such, but it would be more, as such, you would be charged a higher premium, but it would be more of, because you are not doing this, your risk is higher, you are more likely, if consumer sentiment is changing and persons are more inclined to save with institutions that are greener, investing in greener, operating in greener, then you have a risk of losing your liquidity, losing your deposits, and as such, it would be incorporated in the premiums in that way.
Okay, thank you. I think time is up, but may I have one more question actually to Ibu Amanda. Ibu Amanda, I think UK governments bring a lot of support and also partnership in terms of finance, governance to many countries, including Indonesia, to support in terms of finance, for example, we have climate investment, a lot of money come to Indonesia and also to other countries. Actually, what's the lesson learned and what is the challenge that Indonesia and other countries need to do to improve the quality and also the objective to go to net zero emissions in the future? Can you have any comment on that, Ibu Amanda, please?
And as you set out, we have very high ambition on this area, both in this region but also globally. And this is an area that we've been looking at for the last 5 or so years, but we are really now moving to a new phase of being quite serious about trying to mobilize these new sources of finance and create a policy environment, the policy conditions that allow them to thrive. I would say that, taking the Indonesia example, the lesson that we are drawing at the moment as we try to embed some of these new financial instruments and to help Indonesia to access these new sources of green finance is about the need for the policy and regulatory environment to be there and to be conducive for international investments in a way that it may not be quite ready for at the moment. I think the recognition amongst policymakers that I engage with in Indonesia is very much there. I think people know the path that needs to be taken to help attract this finance. I think there's no shortage of international green finance. is interested in Indonesia. I think it's huge in terms of the interest. I think in terms of making it land and making those investments come to fruition, there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done on the policy and environment, which I think will take several years. In the short term then, the role of a public sector entity like the UK as an international donor is to work on the de-risking side and to making those investments more attractive. And that's something that we're doing at the moment quite productively at the Ministry of Energy in terms of building a pipeline of renewable energy investments through a brokerage strand that we have, working also with PTSMI. So that work on the de-risking side is happening. We hope that, I mentioned British Investment International as well, who are entering the Southeast Asian Indonesian markets. This is an area that they will also be looking at as they make their first steps into the Indonesian market. Over the long term, we need to see some of those policy and regulatory changes that are being discussed at the moment amongst policymakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Amanda. Finally, I think we come to the end of the second sessions. We learned a lot from all the excellent speakers. Of course, we still need to do more in diagnostic and try to understand how the mechanism work and in fact the deposit insurance corporation, something like that. Of course, we need more research to do this and how also to improve the existing projects, to improve the integrity and so on. So with the way that kind of activity, we can improve the state of the existing project and bring more better experience for the future regarding the existing loan or activity have been done so far. So I think we give appreciation to Ibu Amanda, Ibu Desmari, and Ibu Chika for excellent view and seminar for the second session. Thank you so much for all the attention.
Thank you so much, all speakers and our moderators. Can you please stay on stage? And next, I would like to invite Ibu Lana Sulistianingsih, CEO of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, to please give a small token of appreciation for our speakers and moderator for the second session. We will start from the speakers, Ibu Desmari Brooks. Followed by Ibu Lutfiana Kartika Larasati. And still joining us, Miss Amanda McLaughlin. But we cannot give you the token of appreciation virtually. So we'd just like to say thank you very much for joining the second session of the International Seminar 2022 of IDIC. And also to Dr. Masesius Tri Sambodo, thank you very much. And as we finish the second session today, I would like to remind you that we still have the third session, which will take place after our lunch break. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may return to your seats. Lunch will be served at Nusantara 3. Once again, lunch will be served at Nusantara 3 room. And we will begin the third session for today at 2 p.m. So please have a nice lunch and we expect to see you again soon at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, Etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai Etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka Etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai, kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widi Wase melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Hubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai, kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total. Tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai, kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayunggede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Hubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai, kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, Kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly, tapi juga rasanya akan lebih bernilai. Kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk Desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai, kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, desa adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari desa adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayung Gede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a great lunch and now ready to begin participating in the third session of IDIC International Seminar 2022. For those of you who are still outside of the ballroom, would you please kindly enter the room and take the available seats because we would like to begin session 3 of our seminar momentarily. Thank you.
Punya dana yang aman untuk situasi darurat. Kami seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Putri Ayu. Saya langsung jatuh cinta pada Bali saat pertama kali menginjakan kaki di pulau ini. Perpaduan keindahan alam dan hasil karya para seniman lokal mengukir memori indah. Pemerintah daerah menciptakan terobosan besar agar pasar swalayan tak lagi menggunakan plastik sekali pakai untuk berbelanja. Dari misi tersebut, etnik bermula. Konsep besarnya adalah membuat alternatif tas belanja yang eco-friendly tapi juga fashionable. Ketika awal memulai etnik, kami kumpulkan referensi untuk menciptakan inspirasi. Rasanya akan lebih bernilai kami bisa melibatkan produsen lokal. Kami memasok kain tenun endek yang merupakan ciri khas Bali dan kain goni dari produsen di Jawa Barat. Kain endek ditenun langsung dari tangan terampil para pengrajin perempuan. Ini akan memupuk kepercayaan diri dan kemandirian perempuan Indonesia. Mata dunia akan mengenali ciri khas keragaman bangsa Indonesia melalui kolaborasi buah karya UMKM. Rantai produksi yang panjang menciptakan perputaran ekonomi yang sangat besar. Tapi, ketika pandemi 2 tahun lalu, kami semua merasakan dampak keterpurukan ekonomi yang sama. Saat transaksi lewat tatap muka tak berdaya, kami berhasil bertahan melalui transaksi digital. Dari situ, kami belajar banyak tentang menabung di era yang serba canggih dan modern. Dana hasil transaksi yang tersimpan di bank, kami gunakan untuk ekspansi bisnis dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan pengrajin dan seniman lokal. Presidensi G20 di Indonesia tahun ini menjadi momentum industri UMKM untuk kembali bangkit. UMKM menjadi salah satu topik yang dibahas sebagai kunci pengentasan kemiskinan global. Kami tak pernah menyangka etnik dapat meraih kesempatan emas ini. Koleksi kedua kami yaitu Garcita resmi terpilih sebagai official merchandise presidensi G20. Ini merupakan suatu pencapaian yang luar biasa membanggakan. Kami berharap slogan G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, jadi kenyataan. Saatnya untuk kami ikut membangkitkan perekonomian nasional dan menunjukkan potensi Indonesia di mata dunia.
Bali seperti kepingan surga. Surga yang dipersembahkan dari ide Sang Yang Widiwasa melalui alam, tradisi dan budaya yang diwariskan dari generasi ke generasi. Anugerah yang selalu kami rawat dan kami jaga, kini menjadi magnet wisata kelas dunia. Inilah desa kami, Desa Adat Penglipuran. Sekitar abad ke-13, Raja Bangli memerlukan masyarakat dari Desa Adat Bayung Gede untuk membantu berbagai kegiatan penting di Kerajaan Bangli. Salah satunya adalah menjadi pasukan perang Kerajaan Bangli. Dari Kintamani, para penduduk desa Bayunggede yang merupakan leluhur kami bergabung menjadi pasukan kerajaan. Leluhur kami terkenal ahli di bidang agama, adat dan pertahanan, namun karena jarak dari Kintamani ke pusat kerajaan cukup jauh, Raja Bangli akhirnya memberikan tempat untuk beristirahat. Tempat itu diberi nama Kubu Bayung, yang kemudian dikenal dengan nama Desa Adat Penglipuran. Desa Penglipuran ini dibangun tidak lepas dari filosofi Trihita Karana, menjaga hubungan antara manusia dengan Tuhan, manusia dengan manusia, dan manusia dengan lingkungan. Penglipuran pernah berada di puncak kejayaan sebagai desa adat yang tidak pernah sepi, namun terpuruk saat 2 tahun pandemi. Pariwisata kami lumpuh total, tidak ada wisatawan yang datang. Roda ekonomi nyaris berhenti. Dari peristiwa tersebut, kami belajar bahwa menabung menjadi bagian dari pengelolaan keuangan yang penting untuk keberlangsungan ke depan. Dari menabung, kami punya dana yang aman untuk bertahan saat situasi darurat. Kami, seluruh masyarakat Desa Adat Penglipuran, kembali bangkit. Desa Adat Penglipuran menjadi salah satu desa wisata tujuan para delegasi G20. Demi kenyamanan, kami telah meningkatkan fasilitas umum. Kami menyiapkan homestay yang bisa menjadi sarana bagi tamu delegasi yang ingin merasakan pengalaman hidup di Desa Adat Penglipuran. Atraksi budaya serta kualitas kerajinan tangan juga kami kembangkan. Eksplorasi makanan lokal tak luput dari persiapan supaya bisa menjadi media promosi di luar negeri. Desa Adat Penglipuran tampil di mata dunia dan memberikan pengalaman yang tak terlupakan. Recover together, recover stronger.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome back to IDIC International Seminar 2022. We will begin our third session for today momentarily, but before we start, it is with the greatest pleasure and honor that I shall invite the Regional Advisor of Bank for International Settlements, BIS, Representative Office for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver her keynote speech through this next video. Mr. Frank Packer.
Just move ahead 2 slides. I don't see it on my screen. You see it? Okay. Oh, that's it. Perfect. So I'm going to present highlights from a report of the NDFS, the Network of the Financial System, Network of Central Banks Supervised on enhancing market transparency and transition finance. This was a report that the BIS co-chaired the working group that prepared it. I in particular was responsible for it, but I know it fairly well. And I want to go through this report a bit. I'm also going to focus in the end on some of our work on technology and sustainable finance, some of the BIS work. But let's first There's widespread agreement that to scale up green finance, financiers and investors require transparency about the environmental impact of the assets they fund and purchase. And to do that, we need to achieve greater integrity of green labels so as to foster market development and funding in line with environmental objectives, including, of course, greenhouse gas emission reduction. We also need better alignment between sustainable investment practices and climate transition plans, so financial markets can help facilitate the reduction of carbon emissions intensity across industries. So in the spring of 2021, a new subgroup was formed on market transparency. It was open to all interested members of the NGFS and was tasked with preparing a report. And more than 35 central banks, supervisors, international financial institutions contributed to the report over the course of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. So here are pages 1 and 2 of the report, which is of course downloadable at the NGFS website. I'll give you the web link at the end of this presentation. The report is written by the Managing Director of the Monetary Authority in Singapore, Rabu, as well as Sabina Malborough, member of the Executive Board, Deutsche Bundesbank, who are also Chair and Vice Chair of the NGFS, respectively. And whose photos are you see in the slide. Next slide. Just to give you an overview of the outline of the report, the first chapter is on taxonomies, or classification systems that define criteria to identify assets, projects, and activities with environmental benefits or costs. And there's wide understanding that these need to be consistent across jurisdictions and countries. The second chapter is on green external review and assessment, which plays an increasingly important role in ensuring the proper application of green principles, standards, and taxonomies, and thus promoting market transparency. The third chapter is on climate transition metrics, frameworks, and market products, which are major tools to assess and guide orderly transition through the use of market-based approaches. So in addition to the 3 chapters, there are boxes in the annexes of the report that take a deep dive into specific country examples, as well as an executive summary concluding observations that extract common and general observations relevant to policymakers. If you look at these, there's not a small chance you will find your own jurisdiction described in this report. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. A big part of the chapter zeroes in on transition taxonomies. For quite some time, it's been widely understood that to achieve the Paris goals of limiting temperature increases, it's essential to provide finance not just to already green firms and activities, but for transition efforts to move industries that are high emitters towards decarbonization. So to formalize the category, a number of jurisdictions are developing new frameworks that define transition finance. Others are extending scope of green taxonomies that include activities that promise transition away from polluting activities, even if the activity itself is not green. So I'm unconscious of the time here, but just to give you a flavor of what's in the report, I'm showing a table of the main characteristics of selected transition taxonomies, including the transition taxonomies of ASEAN, the proposed extension of the EU taxonomy, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore. Now, you see here that the EU taxonomy does recognize some transition activities, and there's a proposed extension to include an intermediate amber space between beneficial green and harmful red space. The Singaporean taxonomy that's there also encompasses transition activities which are viewed as critical for Singaporean financial institutions operating in emerging Asia. It also includes a proposed traffic light system where the goal is to distinguish between irretrievable polluters and those that are transitioning in addition to those that are already there. So a theme of this part of the chapter is an increased focus on entity level transition, for it's important to gauge aggregate impact of any classified activity on the sustainability of the whole corporation's full range of economic activities. So the transformation of the entity's business model is a critical purpose of transition finance. So just to summarize here, we see that Japan has an entity-based roadmap. In the table column called methodology, we see that most of the jurisdictions have some form of traffic light system to distinguish between currently green and not green, but those in the middle that might be moving towards green. We see that most have taxonomies that relate to specific industry sectors. And in the next column, we see that science-based targets, as recommended by the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, appear to be the norm. Next slide, please. And then the final part of the taxonomy discussion moves to discuss emerging market and developing market perspectives. In balancing global developments with EM developmental needs is essential. There's a huge demand for external financing. By some estimates, that's $1 trillion a year for EMEs. To transition to a low-carbon economy, that means jurisdictions must be sensitive to investors' need to compare investments across border. When I say investors' need, I mean external investors. So the EU taxonomy, if you look at the third bullet there, while it's detailed and rigorous and a leading reference point, it's based on EU regulations which do not necessarily reflect emerging markets' own development paths. So the key, at the same time, there's this huge demand for external financing. So the key is to balance an alignment with realistic domestic environmental objectives while allowing for comparability and consistency in terms of methods with EU taxonomy. Now, the World Bank offers a guide how to develop taxonomies based on national priorities. The structure of the taxonomy may be similar to the EU, but the content differs depending on the local context. Next slide, please. One guiding principle has been to ensure the interoperability of taxonomies. The idea being that taxonomies that are consistent and interoperable across jurisdictions and within large jurisdictions can scale up cross-border finance. So even if they aren't identical, there's a mapping from one to the other. So investors sort of know what they're getting into based on the categorization of one taxonomy, even if it's not, say, the EU taxonomy. So taxonomies that are consistent and interoperable across jurisdictions and within large jurisdictions, they can scale up cross-border finance. The chapter discusses how the International Platform on Sustainability Finance has spearheaded global efforts to find common principles and metrics for green and sustainable activities. And within this platform, the so-called IPSF, China and the EU have developed a common ground taxonomy, a comprehensive activity-by-activity mapping in comparison of the EU and Chinese taxonomy. Just to mention another country's taxonomy, which is quite interesting, the Bangladeshi taxonomy is a well-known example that refers to external taxonomies while utilizing domestic standards. So the next slide, please. So now we're talking about moving from green criteria, which the taxonomy sort of outline what are the criteria for being green or being considered moving to transition to green external review. How do you validate some sort of label of green? And in the row there that says green external review, I just want to give you a sense of the variety of different institutions that provide reviews. There's something called second-party opinions, which they really focus on the overall framework for using proceeds and managing proceeds, say from bond issuance. Whereas third-party certification, these tends to be verifying whether technical criteria eligibility, say in a taxonomy, have been met. And there's also the well-known ESG ratings and indices. There's also assurance and audit. And but then that takes us to the final row down here, verification, regulation of external review. So who certifies the certifier? It's one thing to have a label or to hire an institution to provide a green label, but who makes sure that these institutions know what they're doing, they're properly qualified? Maybe move to the next slide, please. So that gets us to the institutional design of green external review. Concerns have risen about the reliability and comparability of green labels, in particular as regard ESG ratings. I'm sure you all the people in this audience are aware of the questions about ESG ratings, and there are calls for the green external review market to be regulated. So the key institutional design objective, and we discussed this in Chapter 2 of the report, is to develop appropriate regulations that admit competent private verifiers, ensure a level playing field for independent and professional assessments, and promote transparency for both green objectives and definitions, and external review methodology. So you know, it's not a black box how they came up with the green label. You know how they came up with it, and the institutions accountable for that information. So some countries, as we described in the report, China and the EU have started to put in place or have upgraded their regulatory frameworks to guide private external review activities. If you can show the next slide, please. This just gives you a sense. The case of China is really quite interesting. How they developed a regime for the regulation of green verifiers, and it has advanced hand in hand with the development of taxonomies. First, there was in 2015 a green bond catalog, and in 2017, again, in the case of China, the regulator ventured into supervising verifiers, and standardizing verification reports. And then in 2021, the taxonomy was modified or enhanced, and then subsequently there were enhanced guidelines for the market-based assessment of green bond certifiers. They fine-tuned the verification process, and they came up with qualification criteria for green bond certification institutions. In the case of China, it's really quite interesting and instructive in this context. Next slide, please. I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about this next slide very briefly. There's something called sustainability-linked bonds, which are financial institutions that have invented assessments of forward-looking performance against specific sustainability performance targets. So it's almost like verification is embedded or just intrinsic in the instrument itself. And these targets are at the entity level that issuers commit to achieve. Remember, we were saying that we need more information at the entity level about sustainability developments. And usually, the way these instruments work is if the issuer falls short of targets, the official payments to bondholders are required. And the right-hand chart that you see there, you see that not only advanced Europe that have been taking advantage of this new and innovative financial instrument, but emerging economies have as well. So, next slide. The SLB market, looking forward, is investors are really largely interested in assets that support greenhouse gas emission reductions. So it's really paramount to ensure that the forward-looking indicators and targets that are used by issuers are sufficiently credible. And this is a really big issue with these instruments. I'm absolutely sure we're going to be reading more and more about these going forward. But the design of the penalty, what happens if the issuer doesn't achieve the target, that's really quite important. You don't want it to be so small that it doesn't matter if they achieve it or not, but at the same time, you don't want it to be so big, so large that the issuer says, I'm just going to give up on this promise altogether. So, I see I have around 5 minutes left, so let's move to the next slide. I'll just sort of take you quickly data collection. There's a big question is, can technology enhance green external review, in particular data collection? And in fact, in the second bullet here, we're saying we reported technological advances hold a lot of promise in this regard. In these two respects. Firstly, it can enhance market transparency to improve the management of disclosures, sustainability impact outcome, and also can allow recon, second bullet, can allow real-time data collection and storage. And there's an example of the BIS project Genesis, which leverages the Internet of Things and blockchain technology. I'm going to move ahead 2 slides here and just tell you a little bit about the motivation for Project Genesis. The Hong Kong, and let's go down to the second bullet here. We have the motivation chapter slide, the one that says motivation for, and you move to that slide. Okay, I want to go down to the last bullet here. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority, the BIS Innovation Hub, have developed digital platform prototypes that allow investors to download an app, invest any amount into safe government bonds, which was developing the green project. And this is key. Next, the last bullet of the slide. Over the bond's lifetime, the investor can not only see the accrued interest, can also track in real time how much clean energy is being generated, and consequent reduction in CO2 emissions linked to the investment. And further, the investor can sell the bond in the transparent market. Next slide, please. This just gives you an idea, a little bit of screenshot, how the app looks to the investor. And maybe let's focus on the right-hand side of this screenshot with that the third column. There, investors going to have on their app, they're going to see in real time how much carbon emissions have been reduced as a result of this project, where the project is being monitored by sensors to come up with a real-time estimate. So this is just the next slide, please. This next slide, I think you want to look at it later. It's really complicated. I can't talk about it all now, but there's something called Genesis 2.0, and we looked at this. The earlier Genesis, the earlier project is, you could feel good because you saw the carbon reductions. But Genesis 2.0 is about these carbon reductions generate carbon credits. So if you have a finance market trading, a carbon market trading, you can see how much those credits are valued. And it also can generate accounting for your carbon emissions reduced. So that's sort of the next generation of the project that actually was rolled out last week. And please, anybody can get a hold of me and I'll send you the website. So the concluding slide here is just policy observations. What's really important is to facilitate comparability and interoperability of taxonomy framework and principles. To avoid the risk that various green taxonomy standards and principles lead to divergent outcomes, we need to continue to enhance the comparability, interoperability of taxonomy. External review, assessment, and engagement are key to market integrity, while due diligence, the assessment of climate risk by institutional investors will form a sound basis on which to assess the credibility of issuer transition. And finally, in the case of transition finance, it's the transformation of the entity's business model as the critical purpose of funding, and entity level analysis is essential. So the final slide just gives you the website where you can download the DFS report. And again, thank you to the organizers of the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frank Packer. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm applause to Mr. Frank Packer. We are so honored to have you in our seminar. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the main theme for panel discussion on this session is innovation in reducing carbon print for sustainability. And we have the following speakers. like to call the moderator for this session, Mr. Dr. Krishna Trihadi Permana, Associate Researcher, University of Liverpool, to please come up on stage and moderate the following session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Krishna a warm welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, and all the guests. This is the last sessions of our seminars. It is like icing on the cake to complete all knowledge that already collected from the beginnings of our seminars. So hopefully by having the last part of these discussions, you'll be going back home with a complete knowledge on how to promote sustainable initiatives for your own institutions, especially in this case for the deposit insurers, organizations, corporations. Yeah, to connect these sessions with the two previous sessions, if you remember, the first sessions, we talk about the current initiatives on how to embrace financial sectors to work through the process of promoting sustainability initiatives, how to guide investments to be supporting a sort of green infrastructures and green development strategies. And then we went to the second sessions, guided by Dr. Marx. We talked about the existing process, the existing progress, and also some sort of climate risk that need to be proposed, need to be anticipated by financial sectors. And then now, here in this third session, the last one, we are going to talk more about innovations. What kinds of innovations that can be promoted, that can be replicated all over the world in order to succeed, in order to make the sustainability efforts getting better and more effective. I hope you are still in a very prime conditions, because this is the last stage. It's always very challenging, but I do believe that since we have three fabulous speakers, so I don't think it won't making any problem. So all the speakers are key experts in their respective fields, and it's going to be a very interesting discussion. So without taking too much time, I would like to invite Mr. Ricky Frindos, the Executive Directors of Kehati Foundations, to go to the stage. Give applause to Mr. Ricky Frindos. And we have the second speakers, Mr. Mubarak Ahmad, PhD, the Country Directors of the Conservative Strategy Fund Indonesia. I think we invite Pak Mubarak Ahmad to join the stage, and we will hear about his presentations, including the pocho-pocho philosophy this morning. Yeah, please. And the third speakers, we have Mr. Bert van Rosbeek, the Head of Research Unit International Associations of Deposit Insurers. And Mr. Bird will be joining us online. I think he is already here with us online, but just let me know later. Yeah. Okay. Okay, before starting our discussions, I will explain some important information to the speakers. We basically follow the same regulations with the previous 2 sessions. We have 20 minutes for your presentations. So I will remind you if the time is getting closer to the end. And then we will be having discussion sessions after this for 30 minutes. And we will collect these questions, like 1 question and response by the presenter. And then we also encourage all participants to share your opinions, to raise some questions, so the mutual learning process in this seminar can be productive and effective. So I think according to the schedule, the first speaker will be Mr. Ricky Frindos. Mr. Ricky Frindos will discuss more about Kehati Foundations, especially in terms of how the organizations help in guiding sustainable investments, green investments to promote climate actions in the national level. So the stage is yours, Mr. Ricky Frindos. Are you ready? Okay.
Okay. Saya berdiri aja ya. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat siang, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me in this session. Let me start my presentation with a quick introduction about Kehati Foundation. It's not there yet. Okay, we are Indonesian environmental organization which has been around for almost 30 years now. Kehati was founded by the former environment minister, Pak Professor Emil Salim, and with some other prominent figures, including Ibu Erna Witular, Pak Nono Makarim, and others. We are operating as grant-making institution. So basically, we are the intermediary between donors, mostly international donors, and local organizations across Indonesia, local NGOs, local communities, and also universities. We also are managing a small endowment fund to support our operation and our program. We split our activities based on the 3 different ecosystems: forestry, agriculture, and marine. And with most of our program, we overlay with the climate program as well. And in recent years, we also participate in promoting sustainable investment, which will be the topic of my today's presentation. I think most of you, I believe, knows about this book. I was told this is the best-selling book in 90s. To be honest, I haven't read the book, but I think I know, I have the idea about what the book is about. This is about how different men and women, as if they live in a different planet, different way of thinking, perceiving, or reacting on something. So this book is actually provide guidelines for women and women to better understand each other, to build a better relationship. And I've seen the same thing in the areas that I've been working in, between the investor and the financial market and the NGO workers. We live in different planets. We don't know much each other. We just observe the other side from the distance. And people say the distance brings distrust. To some of my friends in NGO side, not all of them, some of them, To them, the investors in financial market is just a group of people that try to make as much as money that they want at the expense of others. They think that investors doesn't care about planet Earth, about society, and others. And to my friends on the financial sectors, they don't also have the very positive impression on the NGO workers. They think the NGO workers is just a bunch of jealous people whose job is to protest. If they don't protest, they don't have a job. Of course, this is a bit exaggeration, but I think there are some truth on it. I've been on the both sides anyway. I used to live in the planet Mars, and I'm migrating to planet Venus recently in NGO side. But in reality, we live in the same world, in the same planet. We share planet, our only home, planet Earth. And because we share the planet, we also share the same problem. Very difficult, very serious problem. According to the scientists, this is a kind of existential threat to the humanity. We know that how damaging climate change will be to our planet, but this is not only about the climate change. Scientists say that even biodiversity crisis could be equally damaging or even more than climate change to our planet Earth. There are 1 million species at the risk of extinction in the next couple of decades if you don't do anything. So can you imagine 1 million species gone from planet Earth? How the impact to the web of the ecosystem that provide this essential support to human existence. And don't forget about waste pollution. According to the United Nations, air pollution alone kills 7 million people every year. 7 million people dead or prematurely dead because of the air pollution alone today, not 2016, not 100 years from now. I understand, this pollution or even biodiversity, mostly, the problem happen in emerging countries, developing countries, less so in developed countries. That's why, in my opinion, one of the many reasons, the issue like pollution, biodiversity crisis doesn't get same attention as climate change. But the good thing is, as you can see on the table there, this is the last survey done by World Economic Forum. Everybody is in agreement. The global leaders, financial leaders, business leaders, scientific community leaders, and of course political leaders. We agree that the best risk that we are facing at the moment is related to the environment and social, climate change, biodiversity, and others. And this sustainability challenge that we are having today is caused by the economic activities, which is financed by the investors in financial market, in the financial industry. So it is impossible, to solve this problem without the participation of the financial investors. So we from the NGO side, call to the investors to work together, move closer each other, please leave our imaginary planet, move to the reality, to the planet Earth. The most beautiful planet in the universe. You can see in the pictures, right? It's just beautiful, planet Earth, compared to any other planet. So it's okay for the investors to make money. It's up to you. That's your job. Make money as much as you want, but please do it sustainably. Please take into account the environment and social factors when you invest. Please take into account how your investment decision is going to impact our planet Earth and our society. Please don't do any harm to the environment, to the society while you're investing. Or even better, please, if you can, bring some positive impact to the environment and society when you invest. To my organization, to the Kahati Foundations, involving in sustainable investment is something necessary for us because we don't want to end up cleaning up the mess created by the business sectors, by the financial, investors. We clean up the river, we clean up this ocean, we replant the trees on the forests. This is not sustainable and this is not right. So we reach out to the consumer and more importantly to the investors. If the consumers only use the sustainable products, sustainable services, if the investors only allocate capital to the businesses, to the companies which are environmentally friendly, which are socially friendly, then our job as an NGO worker on the ground would be much easier. So I think sometime in the future, if this happens, the world might no longer need NGO. The mission accomplished. I can go back to the planet Mars, working in the financial sector again. Sustainable investment is not, it's kind of like natural extension from what we are doing today. We are a non-profit organization, but we also have a little experience in the capital market because we manage small endowment fund that we invest in financial market. So what we are doing related to the sustainable investment, there are two big categories. It's basically, the first one is related to the principle of doing no harm. So what we do, basically, we encourage and motivate companies in the Jakarta Stock Exchange and also investors in the stock exchange to integrate E, S, and G into their business, into their investment decision. That's the first stream. The second stream is on the doing good. So what we are doing is basically we reach out to our friends in venture capital mostly to promote impact investment, to allocate their capital into small businesses, into startup companies, which bring solutions, which bring new technology, breakthroughs, and impact to the sustainability challenges that we have. In today's presentation, I will focus on the first one. So, the story began in 2009 when we, Kehati Foundation, in collaboration with the Jakarta Stock Exchange, or IDX, we launched the first ESG index in Indonesia. It's basically actually the first ESG index in Southeast Asia. So what do? What we do is basically we screen, we assess, we score, and then we rank the companies that are traded in the Jakarta Stock Exchange based on E, S, and G governance indicators. We rank them from the best to the worst, and we pick the top 25. And then we create an index, stock index, which consists of these 25 companies with the best performance in terms of ESG. We call it Sri Kehati Index. Sri stands for Sustainable and Responsible Index. So why we do this? First, we want to build awareness to the public, to the capital market, that participants in the capital market can do something related to the sustainability. And we allow also investors, the public, to track the performance of the companies which are more socially and environmentally friendly compared to the other companies in terms of share price, because we create an index for it. Number two, we want to encourage, motivate, we want to appreciate the companies that are traded in the Jakarta Stock Exchange, basically those big companies, to integrate ESG into their business and operation. We include them in the index, we publish it, we announce it, and we have the annual award for them. The third thing is this, I think this is the most important one. We want to create the market mechanism. We want to channel the capital from the investors into the companies, business which are more environmentally and socially friendly. So what we do basically, we reach out to our friends from the asset management company. They get them to create a mutual fund, ESG mutual fund, and they mobilize money, funding from the client put into that mutual fund, and the asset managers invest that fund into ESG-friendly stocks, which are selected by Kehati Foundation, the stocks within the Sri Kehati Index. And we do not stop there. This is not only about the ESG investing in the stock market for us. You know, we also provide the opportunities for investors, for the asset managers, to create the real-world impact. So part of the collaboration, the asset management companies will share some of the fees that they charge to their client, and they donate to Kehati Foundation, that we use that donation to finance some of our environmental and social programs across in Indonesia. So I think the last 2-3 years, every year we get about like 4-5 billion rupiah from the fund managers that we use for some of our environmental program. So the first time, the first collaboration that we have in the stock market is in 2014, when we launched the first ESG mutual fund in Indonesia. And we increased the intensity of our work in the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah, basically since I joined the Kehati, because of my background from the asset management company. Today we have the 12 asset management companies as our partner. It's actually 13, because a couple of days ago I signed a new agreement with a friend from another asset management company. So in terms of the amount of the assets that are managed by these 13 or 12 fund management companies, which invest into the ESG stock, is currently about 2.5 trillion or 3 trillion. It's quite a decent amount of money. Of course, that's not very substantial compared to the size of the asset management industry. So in terms of the donation that provided by the asset management company, I think I told you before, it's about 3, 4, 5 billion per annum. They donated to Kehati Foundation. And the question is how we use that donation. We use that donation for some of our environmental program, but the majority of the fees we actually allocate to one of our flagship program in East Nusa Tenggara Province in Flores. This is basically a program to enhance the food security and also to help the local community to adapt with the climate change threat. Why Nusa Tenggara Timur? Why Flores Island? Because first, this is the poorest province in Indonesia, outside Papua. And number two, the climate and the ecological system in Nusa Tenggara Timur is quite challenging. It's very dry climate and very different from the other part of Indonesia. So what we do basically, we reintroduce sorghum. Sorghum is kind of staple food. We reintroduce sorghum to local community in the Flores Island and some other islands around it. Sorghum used to be the main staple food for many people in Nusa Tenggara Timur province until 40, 50 years ago when the government of Indonesia promoted of the rice consumption. And then today people switch from sorghum, from corn, from tapioca to rice, including in Nusa Tenggara Timur. The problem is they cannot grow rice easily in Nusa Tenggara Timur because of the climate condition. And especially with the climate change, the things are getting worse. The drought season is now longer and more intense in Flores and Nusa Tenggara Timur. So the solution is, to look at the old local wisdom, to look at the nature around them. What is the nature can provide to them? So basically, in terms of staple food, we reintroduce back to the people to plant and grow sorghum. But this is not just about planting or growing, it is all about consumption. If nobody wants to eat it, there is no point to grow or plant sorghum. So consumption campaign is also one of the focus of our project in Nusa Tenggara Timur. And we understand our taste is developed when we are very young. So that's why we work together with schools, with the health clinic, or more importantly, with the church network. So we provide sorghum in terms of like porridge, maybe, many types of sorghum food to the very young children, even under 5 years old. So we want them to grow, to build their taste as they grow, so they get accustomed with sorghum. So in terms of, I have some statistics there. We've been walking the 3 islands, Flores, Solor, Lembata to the east of Flores, and we have been walking in Sumba Islands as well actually, but because of the pandemic, the progress is a bit slower in Sumba. And I'm happy to tell you that the majority of the farmers that we help, more than thousands of them in Flores Island and the other island, majority are female, 60% are female. And the leader of this movement, the introduction sorghum, is a female, very strong and very smart woman from Flores Island. Okay. This is just some photo gallery of our activities on Flores Island in terms of farming or campaign consumption. And also we actually promote the sorghum consumption. We bring it to the urban community. We have some campaign in Jakarta as well. So our expectation is when the people in Flores can meet their basic needs of the sorghum, access of the production, they can sell it to the other part of Indonesia to boost their income. That's some of our plan as well in the futures. So just to sum this up, our Sri Kehati, our ESG Kehati programs, there are 4 main goals. The first one, we want to bring awareness about the ESG investing, about the people, participants in the capital market. They can do something about about sustainability. They can track the performance of the companies which are more environmentally friendly than others. They can track, they can monitor the index. We also want to encourage the companies, the big companies that are listed in Jakarta Stock Exchange to be more socially, environmentally friendly. And the third one, I think this is the most important one, we want to create a market mechanism. We want to channel the capital from the investors to the companies which are more environmental friendly. So the more people buying the ESG friendly stocks, the price will go up, all else equals. It will enhance the shareholders' value and it will reduce the cost of capital for the company. So the market mechanism is really the end of this goal. And the last one, I told you just now that we also, get some donation actually from these activities from the fund managers, which we invest, quote unquote, to some of our sustainability and climate programs across Indonesia, especially in the Nusa Tenggara Timur. So I also take this opportunity to proudly share with you this program, the Sri Kehati program, ESG Kehati program, we get some global recognition. Last year we won the award, SIA award in Paris, as a co-winner with our partner BNP Paribas Asset Management. And more importantly, perhaps number 2, we are nominated for the PRI award, the most, I think, the most prestigious award. But we didn't win it because we competed with a big name like JP Morgan, BlackRock. So we are happy to be nominated for the PRI award last year. This is maybe the last one. I mentioned to you a couple of times before. So we also allow public investors, of course, to track the performance, to compare the performance of ESG-friendly companies with a good governance. How the company, in terms of share price, perform compared to the average companies. You can see on the charts, the green chart is Sri Kehati Index performance since inception and back to 2009. So in the last 13 years, companies which are more friendly to the society, more friendly to the environment, to the planet Earth, having good governance, their performance is actually better than the average company. So this is just empirical evidence from Indonesia, at least from Kehati. And this is actually not only unique to Indonesia. A lot of research actually show that if companies are having better ESG performance, this will, on average, translate to better corporate financial performance and also better share price in the stock market. I think my time is up, so I'll stop here and hand it over back to Pak Krishna.
This is the last session, so even the battery is running out. Anyway, thank you very much, Pak Ricky, for very interesting presentations, especially in terms of showing how innovations can be built through the process of collaborations. And in this case, Kehati, as one of the social organizations, actively engage and support the process of mediating such interests in practice. I highlight there are 3 keys of innovations from Pak Ricky's presentations. The first one is that the Kehati as an organization embrace the Indonesian Stock Exchange and partner investors to build and to apply the so-called ESG, environmental, social, and governance index in the forms of Sri Kehati program. And then the second one, they also help the process of mapping the levels of sustainability of the company. So it helps the investor to direct their investments to those companies or to those sectors with sustainability image. So this is the process of helping sustainability achievement as well. And then the third one, Kehati also going down to the upstreams by helping the communities. They work together with the private sectors to initiate a sort of collaborative funding to help us to prepare donations to help communities to promote sustainability. One of which was presented as a sorghum and the effort to revitalize food resilience village. Okay, and then we move to the second speakers. We have Dr. Mubarak Ahmad. He is one of the famous environmental economists in Indonesia. And he is the country director of CSF Indonesia, as already mentioned. And if Pak Ricky discussed about the process of facilitating communities, private sectors, and the government, now with Bapak Mubarak, we will hear from his presentations about the roles of local government in supporting a good climate for sustainable targets for private sector. So time is yours, Bapak Ahmad Mubarak. 20 minutes, thank you.
Yeah, allow me to also stand up. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This morning, when I asked about when I mentioned the pocho-pocho dance to the Madam Prime Minister, I was afraid she was going to respond with the story about Haka dance from New Zealand. But there are one fundamental difference between this pocho-pocho dance, which is fun but not going anywhere. But the Haka dance is moving forward. So do something but we can talk about that more later at the dinner time. Today, I'm going to share stories about innovations, not just by my organization, but also by a good amount of crowd, NGO crowd, so to speak, in Indonesia, and how we can change things on the ground in order we can support the optimism that Pak Luhut was sharing with us this morning. So this is the key message from my presentations. The tripartite collaborations among government, private sector, and NGO or civil society organizations reduce the risk of non-compliance to low-carbon development plans and regulations. So this is one way to avoid the pocho-pocho dance on the ground. It creates room for win-win solutions, of course, for many aspects, and then it promotes synergy, and then it promotes good governance in line with the SDG 17, which is the good governance and partnership. And by the way, let me inform you first about this. Indonesian government is very smart in adopting SDG. When we ratified that agreement, the global agreement, the SDG 17 is put under one specific principle. So it begins with social development as one set, and then economic development the second, ecosystem maintenance as the third, and then SDG 17, governance and partnership, is a standalone principle that is highly recognized. And because of that, it is easy for us as the SSO to remind people, if you are selling your project as SDG, show me that it does include partnership approach. It does include all other good things in SDG system. So that has helped us a lot. So this is what I'm going to talk about, the roundtable for green regencies that is available now in Indonesia. And then secondly is about how my organization and others has helped enriching regencies low carbon development planning process. And then some lessons learned out of these processes. This is an interesting initiative in Indonesia. The name is LTKL in Indonesian language, Lingkar Temu Kabupaten Lestari, or Sustainable Regency Roundtable, if you like. And it's set up under the associations of district governments. There are 12 of those regions who set up this gathering. And because they set it up because they commit themselves to move into green development. And then there are 12 also CSO partners who wants to help this 12 kabupaten to move into green territory. So what happened there is that we work with them very closely. Not all of us assigned to all kabupaten or all regencies, but because different regencies have different priorities, so we are also get assigned differently. And then we were funded by philanthropic, not by the government of those regencies. This partnership has allowed the arrangement in a way that district government commit that they will be hosting all the processes. Because we said, we are not going to help you if you don't own that process. So you have to own it, you have to sign all the invitations, you have to host all the event. And then we, the CSOs, we brought in capacity, technical assistance. We facilitate change process. We mobilize funds, friendly investment fund, from impact investment facilities to help the kabupaten, the regency grow their economy, be it for private investment or be it for other change process policy-wise. And then we encourage corporation in that regency to change the practice toward the better sustainability. Of course, it is also a challenging, it requires a lot of challenging dialogue there. And then we are also encouraging more companies to invest in sustainability practice, in sustainable business, so we can build an optimism, an example. Yes, if this kabupaten, if this regency wants to go green, they will get a lot of support and they will attract more investment. And with that arrangement, these different CSOs work to work on different focuses at that regency. For instance, this LTKLSS itself as a secretariat, it coordinates and monitors activities, of course, but it developed Green Regency Competitiveness Index, as well as what I mentioned this morning, Sustainable Investment Guidelines, in cooperation with the BKPM itu apa ya? With the investment ministry, the ministry that promote investment in Indonesia, and also with Pak Luhut office actually. So it will be announced will be launched on the 14th, somewhere around here. And then my organization, this YSKI or CSF Indonesia, we build capacities as needed to help the change process throughout where we are working. And then so we are also doing the facilitations of change process. I'll talk more about that later. And then these other organizations like IDH, this organization has a headquarters in Netherlands. They mobilize a lot of investment fund for green investment, and they're working directly to promote sustainable community at the regency level. And then there is this other yayasan, other foundation, Energy House Foundation, if you translate it. They promote sustainable energy program at the regency level. And then there are organizations that are more traditionally aligned to conservation, like Rainforest Alliance and WWF. They are working on the forest management and also promote forest-based conservation in the area. So these are just examples. So in terms of the organizations, my organization's work, the CSF Indonesia, we are trying to enrich the planning process and policy development at that regency level where they want to go green by bringing in knowledge and also strengthening the process. So basically our organizations focus on capacity building on three things: better use of economics, better use of governance, and better use of system thinking in policy design. That's what we do. So we look for people inside, we look for champions, we call them community of change makers, inside and outside government organizations. We bring them to a training, and then we provide them with fellowship to work on what they have learned. And then that's one way to do it. The other activities we are doing is that we are there to do accompaniment program to help change the thing that they want to change. So like the change of the 5-year development plan, for instance. In the case where we are working in Sintang, we are very lucky that we are we are provided with the opportunities to take people back all the way and reset the journey of the development. So we started with the process of scenario planning. It's a multi-stakeholder based scenario planning to elaborate what does it mean to go green. Because they have announced that commitment. The leaders have announced that commitment. So we want to go green, Sintang Lestari, that's the terminology they use. But what does it mean? Does anybody think about what needs to be changed? Do they think they need to revise the spatial plan or other things, or the way the investment should be developed and things like that? So we took them, we sort of restarting the journey. It's a very deep participatory process, and we do not want to rush that process. We took it for a year-long multi-stakeholders and layer-based scenario planning process. But that was possible because the government started the change process itself, the Regency government. So the new region that was elected in 2016, the first thing he did was he announced the open government program, open governance program. So he announced that starting from today, everybody in this kabupaten, in this regency, can report any problem to me as a region. That's what he said. And then he said his phone number, his personal phone number to everybody. So you could imagine, he got hundreds of complaints every day. So, and then what he announced also is that we promise that every report will be checked within 1 week. But we cannot promise everything will be resolved within 1 week. But what is interesting is that that type of openness, that type of announcement, it's really create openness and build trust of his people to him. And then with that, the second thing he announced is that he wants to go green. He wants to develop green development plan. And that is what he called Sintang Lestari. Lestari is actually a very beautiful term in Indonesia. Generally, it means sustainability, but many people can explain to you later in a more beautiful way what Lestari means. So, in the organization, after doing the scenario planning, of course, then we have to translate that into what are the key change needed, what are the key interventions, what are the key levers for change that need to be looked in the system. And then how do we bring that into the development plan? And then that's the next thing we do. We help them, we accompany them. It's not that us writing the document for them. We are not consultants, we said. We are not consultants, so we don't do the consultants' work for you. So if you want to change, if you want the change, we will build the capacity of your team. So we will be working with them. We'll train them, we'll be working with them, so they can do that by themselves later on. So this is how we do help them change the document. So they write up the new 5-year development plan. That is more green than before. And then after the 5-year development plan, we also help them build the investment plan, Regency level investment plan, RUPM, Rencana Umum Penanaman Modal. Every regency has to have it by law. So we ensure it follows, it is in compliance with the government's mandatory process. But in addition to that, we also ensure enrichment in terms of the process, in participatory process, when we enrich it with the proper substance. So this is important. Many people may think that because it's regulated already, everything will be fine. Yes, it looks fine if you look at the book. But if you dive into the book, you would wonder, what is this? What is inside? So through this type of enrichment, we are able to help them change a few things, the key things in the planning process, substantive-wise as well as process-wise. Then we also do the same. Now we are also being asked to lead the process of revisions of the spatial plan. After having the 5-year development plan, each regency is required to have to revise their investment plan as well as the spatial plan. So we introduce additional method that is allowed by government regulations. So this is sometimes tricky because government regulation does mandate certain things, but if you follow that, usually it's not enough. It's not sufficient. We will come up with standardized results but way from what is needed. So we enrich that process substantive-wise. Then, of course, we need to check also, are they putting their wallet where their mouths are? So we are helping them doing the green budgeting, and then we help them also define the instruments, green budget tagging. So when doing the monitoring, and this is to check the consistency of the commitment, whether they're implementing it. So they will be able to do that through this budget, green budget planning, and then budget tagging thing. Of course, along the way, we provide capacities and then as needed. So we call it need-based capacity building. When it is time to do spatial planning, we bring in sustainable landscape modeling, which is not standard in government practice, but we are able to influence we are able to promote better spatial planning through that type of substantive process. We are able to do a better sectoral economic planning by introducing more economics of development planning into that process. So this is the kind of work we do. A little bit more on this. We also have the opportunity to strengthen the capacity of the civil society platform in that place. So the target is for them eventually to be able to independently, by themselves, hosting the public consultation process for 5-year development planning, annual planning, and also budget planning every year. That's the target. And they have done that, and not quite there, but they have there to take on the challenge. They host, this is a Sintang Civil Society platform, FKMS, Forum Komunikasi Masyarakat Sintang. They are not capable of hosting the process and moderating that. We still help them moderating the substance of the issues. So that's the target. And we thought, wow, it would be beautiful if at one point, this type of participatory planning toward green development can really be done at the kabupaten level and owned and hosted by themselves. As I said before, we want to ensure compatibility of all this process with the government regulations. I think that's necessary. So the central government doesn't have the opportunity to annul or to nullify the results of the process at the regions. Then what are these other organizations are doing? I've mentioned earlier, WWF and Rainforest Alliance are doing pretty much on forest thing, strengthening forest management and conservation. Then AMAN, which is Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara, the IP, the Alliance of Indigenous Peoples Association in Indonesia. We are working with them to also expand the recognitions of indigenous people and the rights over land. So this is a very tricky issue in Indonesia. So up to this point, I'm sorry to say that the government has not able to find an alternative way of developing people other than displacement. Investment in this country often means displacement. And this is something we need to learn how to get out of that situation. And this is what we are doing with this program. Yayasan Rumah Energi, they develop renewable energy development. And this is PT Agrapana. This is one of good examples. There is this a modern techie guys. Some of them are pharmacists, some of them are chemical engineers. So they come looking for good sustainable investment. And they found an albumin industry potential there, and they're building it at the moment. And there is another organization, they call themselves Supernova. They are mobilizing impact investment facilities to come and support this investment in Sintang. Of course, they have to do all these technicalities of pre-feasibility assessment, feasibility assessment, technicality assessment, and things like that. So overall, I would say, because we are doing it together, collaboration, we really believe in that. That's really working. Of course, there are rooms for a lot of improvement, but it's moving. So here are a few summaries of it. Lesson learned. Open governance is effective for trust building, as I said earlier, opening doors for funding and technical support. So unless the Bupati open himself, the region open himself to get more support, and people will not be coming. People like us, because we fundraise for our activities to help the regency, not them providing the money to do the activities. So we did it ourselves. And then also by opening up, it lowers the risk of non-compliance. Local leadership matters, of course, everybody knows that. But what is for, primarily, is to maintain this safe dialogue for change process. Yeah? So we need that space, because sometimes it can be dangerous working at the subnational level. Of course, is to mobilize support internally and to ensure follow-ups. Quality programs and outputs, this is something that we see as primary contributions of the external parties, because unless we bring quality inputs, then we will not also be supported by the donors who would like to see change process going on there. Lastly, challenges. Yeah, I would mention two challenges. The first one is, of course, leadership change every 5 years tend to disrupt the system, and that's the number one challenge in the region. And the second challenge, I would say, is scaling up. As I asked earlier, how do we scale this type of support to the ground level, so all the good spirit and the indicators we heard from Pak Luhut this morning can be realized? Of course, now we have like a very low carbon per capita sin, I would say. This situation, the carbon per capita burden is right now very, very, very low. But what is the trend? Are we increasing or are we decreasing? What are the countries? So the risk is not in looking at the current portrait or snapshot, but really what is coming up. What's the implication of the current investment? What's the situation, the implication of the current policies? And that's what needs to be tied on the ground with the macro speeches we heard this morning. So I guess I will leave it there. We ran out of time. Of course, we'll follow up with discussion later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Mubarak, for the presentations. It's very interesting presentations. Emphasize the collaborations between local governments and private sectors to help the process at the local level. Yeah, we come to the third speaker, our final speaker, which I believe will bring us to reflections, a sort of reflections for us, because we talk about private sectors, we talk about community organizations, we talk about local government, and now this is the time to think about what can be contributed by the development insurers organizations in the process of promoting, helping the so-called sustainable development initiatives. So we have Mr. Bert van Rosbeek, which I suppose are already here. Can you hear me, Mr. Bert from Switzerland? Yeah, I'm glad to hear your voice clearly. Is it okay for you to hear me? Can you hear me clearly? All right, all right. So 20 minutes, the time is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and my apologies for not being present. I'm having to join virtually from early morning in Europe. But yes, following what we heard today, the point of my intervention is really to focus a little bit on the deposit insurers themselves. And if we can go to the next slide, and to give you a bit of a first feeling of our early findings. I cannot see the slides, so I don't know. Okay, so of course the usual disclaimer, whatever I'm saying today is not necessarily representing the view of IABI, the International Association of Deposit Insurers, its members, associates, or partners. So next slide, please. Okay, let me frame the topic a little bit. So at IABI, so at the International Association of Deposit Insurers, what we've done is currently do or do not do in the field of ESG. And we did that by the means of a survey that we ran with our members just a couple of weeks ago. Currently we're still at the stage of collecting and analyzing the information, so what I can do today is to give you a preliminary view. So we're already findings of what the data tells us about the activities of depositors. Just at the very beginning, ESG, there's been a lot of discussing on climate, so ESG is of course the governing, environmental issues, social issues, governance issues, so it's broader. The definition of it is not always very clear. I mean, it's kind of clear. I think most of it what E covers, environmental issues, so that may be climate as a very broad topic, but it can also be maybe a bit more narrow concerning environmental issues, maybe very local. S as in social is notoriously defined, could cover things like protection of labor, social rights, gender issues. And G is governance, which I would argue is even more difficult. Those of you who are from the deposit insurance community will know that discussions about governance, especially in deposit insurance, conflicts of interest, composition of the boards, etc., are topics that are often quite contentious and involving interpretation. But I think what all of these three things join is that, at least in the recent past, they may not have been seen as directly relevant to much of the banking sector or the deposit insurance sector, and at least the deposit insurers have not really viewed ESG as a topic that was in the core of their mandate or core of their activities in the recent past. But I think this whole session proves this. All of this is changing very rapidly, right? And that is exactly the reason why we decided to have a look at this from the deposit insurance context. So on the next slide, just to give you a bit of international context. So the BIS, that speaker here just a minute ago, the IMF, the World Bank, and also just demonstrated a number of private consultancy firms are really doing research and advice in the environment of ESG, also focused on financial markets. I think it's a very important thing to notice that this is really going down into financial markets. Noteworthy is the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System, with mainly the representation of central banks and supervisory authorities, that I think is really speaking up this debate in this round of financial authorities. And us at IARI, we have started looking in ESG, but also climate, so we have published two papers on the relevance of climate, that's the key aspect of ESG, just last year. So much for the context. On the next slide, I've tried to link ESG as a topic with our standard, so the standard for deposit insurance, the core principles. And, well, just, very broad level, I think, of course, obviously, core principle number one, that deals with the public policy objectives, could, of course, clearly cover ESG issues, whether under the name of financial stability, of course, or protecting depositors, if that were to be relevant in mainly a climate setting. The G aspect governance is obviously explicitly in CP3 governance. The S aspect could be covered in public awareness, it's something where it could become relevant, and yet an environment may be relevant sooner or later, and especially use of funds, so what are the cases that we would use resource funds. So that at a very broad level to try to cover this and link this to the standards of the core principles. On the next slide, coming to our survey, the topic really that I would like to discuss with you today. So the survey that we ran with our members covered a number of topics that ESG. So one of the things that we were interested in is to see how far deposit insurers have an ESG policy that is formalized and actually talk to the should be written down. Because talking is easy, doing is not that easy, so you have to ask yourself the question where such a ESG policy has been thought about and been written down. Another thing we looked into is that we're interested in is taxonomy. I think that was mentioned before as well. Do deposit insurers today already use taxonomies? For example, investing funds that they collect from the members. What about reporting requirements? Information is key if you want to be acting in a sustainable manner. You need information. Right? So, what's the situation regarding reporting requirements on the side of the members of deposit insurance? Asset management. So, if you would want to invest in a sustainable way, how are you orient? So, what is the system? What are the limits, maybe, in the degrees of freedom that you have to invest in funds? So that's just a selection of the topics that we were really interested in, and that was the reason why we had survey. So on the next slide, just very quickly, speaking about surveys and data, everybody, of course, interested in seeing how representative they are. On the left side, it's a bit small, I hope you can see it better than I can. But what I can tell you what it shows you that the representation, the participation degree of our members was representative to the side of the mandate, the mandate, so the loss minimized, the risk minimized, participated to the degree that we have in membership at all. We had a bit of another representation with pay boxes. It's maybe due to the mandate, of course, so maybe they don't feel their own situation to think about these topics pretty much. We had a large overrepresentation of pay boxes. On the regional level, that's on the right side, we had a bit of another representation in Africa, African deposit insurers, which may signal that they're not yet in a position to think very much about these topics, and an overrepresentation from Asia and the Americas, and a fair representation from Europe. So I would say overall, the picture that we get from the survey should by and large be representative of what we're going to see. So let me jump now to the results. Right? The next slide. So we've got a little results and slides, and let me just walk you through these slides, through these figures. So what we see I'm just going to run from the top left to the bottom right. So the first graph is what we see is that we found that 1 in 3 deposit insurers have a formalized ESG policy in place. So 1 in 3 has one, which means that 2 and 3 do not have one. And that covers at least one of the 3 ESG policies. Right? So 1 in 3 has such a formalized policy. And as you can see on the left, the governance part is one where most policies were formalized. That's not necessarily very surprising. Thinking about the discussions that we have at the deposit insurance and governments, it's interesting to look at the very left. So you can see that about 1 in 5 have a formalized policy regarding environmental issues. At the same time, the right top graph here, you can see that 1 in 4, so about 25% of the deposit insurers makes this ESG policy publicly available. And so, regards to transparency, we're at the topic, we're at one where 1 in 4 would make the policy available. As I said, governance is the aspect where I think we have most priority already right now. Other issues where deposit insurers do have formalized policies cover issues like traveling, procurement, disclosure, and as I mentioned, the implementation of broad government aspects. And environment, as I said, is one of the lagging ones in this regard. Turning to the lower part of the slide here, we see that, or we found that about 1 in 4 deposit insurers are in a situation where their member institutions, the banks, that are the deposit insurer, are subject to mandatory ESG disclosure. So 1 in 4 jurisdictions, members, in those jurisdictions, banks have to disclose on ESG. This is very important because I think the common theme of this discussion is that without the information that we receive from banks, it will be very difficult to go forward on ESG issues in the financial sector. On the very right bottom, our finding is that 2 in 3 deposit insurance, I'm turning to the asset management, so the actual investment of the funds that are collected by the deposit insurer. And 2 in 3 deposit insurers say that it's unlikely or very unlikely that they will develop a climate-centered investment policy in the very near future. Right? So that's not, I mean, that's an important finding. So only 1 in 3 deposit insurers says it's likely that they will develop a climate-based deposit insurance investment policy. And you can link that to the graph that is just next to the middle. That shows, maybe one slide back, yeah, that shows how sorry, one slide back. Yes, but it shows the freedom that deposit insurers have in investing in their funds. So the vast majority of deposit insurers can only invest in sovereign bonds issued by the home jurisdiction in the home currency. Right? And in essence, that leads you to investing in green sovereign bonds if you were willing to do so. But the markets, of course, in respective jurisdictions in those kind of funds and bonds may still be quite limited and quite small. Right? If you were to be able to invest in other jurisdictions and other currencies, but still in sovereign bonds, it may open up a little bit if you were able to invest in green corporate bonds or even equity. Of course, that may make things a bit more easy, but that's not the situation for many deposit insurers. So this limitation on financial instruments that you can invest in by its nature limits the ability of deposit insurers to go forward and to actually adopt a climate-based investment policy. And on the next slide, really, what we asked is, we asked deposit insurers whether they think ESG considerations will grow in importance and relevance in the next 2 years, which is a pretty short time. We found that 3 out of 4 deposit insurers believe that ESG will become more relevant and more important in the next 2 years. That's quite a high number. I would say 3 and 4, 75% thinking this will become more important. At the same time, the graph next to it, or the graph next to it, shows that only 1 in 4 deposit insurers expect to develop an ESG policy within those next 2 years. Right? A big amount of deposit insurers that did not answer the question, but really, although many think it will grow in relevance, only 1 in 4 will actually develop an ESG policy within the next 2 years. We also try to figure out how deposit insurers try to operationalize ESG considerations. And we found that we were really at a very good stage here, that only 1 in 10 deposit insurers incorporate ESG considerations directly into KPIs, into performance indicators. Right? And some do it indirectly, but to really directly do is something that is rather seldom. Some members also tell us that it's very difficult to do so because things may not necessarily be easily measurable. But this is definitely a debate that is at a very early stage. Turning to the lower part of the slide, we asked members about how comfortable they are that climate risks, turning to the E now, that climate risks are actually correctly incorporated and taken into account when investing in deposit insurance funds. This is a well-known debate. Of course, if you look at what the VAS and the Basel Committee, etc., is doing, there's a big discussion just in European Central Bank 2 days ago big discussion on how can banks incorporate climate risks on their balance sheets. How can they measure them and then eventually take account of them? And we asked the same question here to our deposit insurance. And we found that less than 10% actively said they're confident that climate risk is appropriately taken into account when investing. Less than 10%. At the same time, as you can see, a very important half of investors don't respond to that. For a reason that we can only speculate about, but an actively affirmative answer like, yes, we do have the feeling that we take account of climate risk in that way was taken by less than 10%. So I think this is a very important finding. There is quite low expectations regarding the use of taxonomies. This is something that surprised me a little bit because there was really, I think, heard it before as well. I mean, it's not that easy. How do you actually take account of climate risk? One way would be to use taxonomies. But we found very little affirmative answers regarding expectations to use, be it domestic or foreign taxonomies. So the questions of how to merge, to compare different taxonomies, at least for deposit insurance, at the moment looks theoretical, because the availability of the idea, openness to the idea of using taxonomies seems to be very limited. And very finally, we asked the question whether I think that EARI as an association should do more research on ESG for deposit insurance. And we reiterated the answer by 3 and 5, 60% of deposit insurers saying yes, we need more research on ESG. No was only quite a small part, about 10%, and the remaining part say, well, it's interesting, but maybe it should be identified at a later stage on. So that, very short, that was the findings that we had on the survey that we conducted. The next slide really just summarizes what I've just been telling you. I think we can go forward. One more slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so let me wrap it up so I can stop in time. So this is really, for us, the first time we had a look at ESG specifically for deposit insurance. It's really an introduction. I think there's a lot of data that we're looking into now. There is some deposit insurance that we may zoom into. They are a bit more detailed in what they can do in incorporating climate risks or ESG issues in their investment. And we're writing 2 papers on that right now, so they will come out in the next couple of months. And I look very much forward to your questions, ideas, and suggestions on the topics, and I leave it here and give the floor back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Applause to Mr. Bird. Thank you very much, Mr. Bird, for your thoughtful presentations in a way that it presents really interesting facts regarding the opinions of international development insurance and their member deposit insurers, actors in the global world. So without taking too long time, I would like to invite you to share your opinions or perhaps to share your experience in terms of the country's climate on promoting collaborations to support sustainability. Anyone would like to ask questions first? Or perhaps I would like to invite from some country representatives, like from India, maybe to share your opinion regarding the current states of collaborations to support climate actions in your country, or any others? Otherwise, I would like to ask firstly to all the speakers, as we might know that the quality, the levels of stakeholders are different. And how do you think, or how do you anticipate these kinds of differences in terms of stakeholder capacity, and what are the challenges when you, let's say in your case, Pak Mubarak, how to embrace local governments with different qualities, and for Pak Riki, there is also diversities in terms of the qualities of private sector. So what are the challenges? This is a good lesson for all of us here. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, about the challenge in capacity, yeah. When we are doing this type of work, especially at the subnational level, at the district level, sometimes this is really challenging. If we are talking only to the bureaucrats or the staff of the governments, usually it's a bit homogeneous, yeah. But when you try to do a multi-stakeholders process involving the community leaders, involving the local CSOs and the Kepala Desa, head of the villages, is really challenging. And sometimes the way we do it, we will try to design a program that give opportunities for mutual learning. They need to learn new things, and we need also to learn from them. How do they see, how they perceive certain things? And sometimes it's simply because the knowledge system is different. Yeah, there is a good story about the ecological sensitive area, so to speak. Yeah, all the scientists on the ecological science would use the terminology. If it is a forest, they would say this is a high conservation value forest. For the villagers, well, it's simply the house of the ghost. Yeah, simple. But those things refers to the same thing about the importance of the situations. But the knowledge system is different, and we as the external has to be able to, are required to be able to recognize that and not what do you call it, undermine the way they understand things. And I suppose one of our responsibility as capacity builder is also to bring the new knowledge as humble as possible in the language that is easier to chew, and using as much as possible local examples. And I know economists are generally notorious about it, but that is really challenging, even for myself. The second set of stakeholders we need to pay attention to is politicians, yeah, and it's very different at the center, at the compared to what is the situation at the district level. At the district level, usually it's more difficult to engage because of the gap in knowledge. At the center, because they think they know everything, yeah, and they are so powerful, so they think by their power they can arrange things, yeah? And they usually refuse to listen. But at the local level, usually through, that's why working with the local leaders, the informal leaders of the region is always important. And then usually this involves also the religious leaders. If you are working in Papua, the best approach to community leaders are working through the priest, working through the priest. You talk to the priest and then explain things to the priest first, and then you ask their help to bring in the community leaders. And then with their help also, some knowledge can be transferred, although we cannot talk too technical to the village leaders. And also to the politicians. Usually at the subnational level, religious leaders are in the position where they are more respectable compared to where they are in Jakarta or in the center usually. So all kind of social mobilization approach, I would say, would need to be tested, yeah, because you cannot take anything for granted if you are working at the subnational level. So that's they may not answer your questions about the how, but usually the way we go is we look at we try to read the situation as best as we could from sociological, anthropological, cultural perspective, and then we work from them, ask for local advice. That's how we approach these things.
Okay, thanks. I think in our context, the Kehati Foundation, because our stakeholders in our initiative that I presented before, I think the most important question that we have to answer is how this relevant to our stakeholders. You know, in our case, this is companies, the corporate sectors, and the financial investors in capital markets. How this be relevant to them? What's in it for them? I think that's the very important question that we have to answer. And the next, if they buy into that idea, into that concept, of course, if they find a gap in their capacity, maybe they ask back to you, can you help me to fill the gap? So in our case, on this Sri Kehati initiative, from the corporate side, what is it relevant to them? Of course, they're talking about the cost and profit, right? If they have spent more expenses to build their ESG capacity, and if it is not translated into, for example, revenue or into their stock price, maybe they don't have any motive to do so. So this is why we actually do it in the capital market, because the investor is a very important stakeholders to the companies. Investors provide the ultimate resources for the company, capital. So if I can tell the company, if you improve your ESG practice, it's not only you have a better reputation, in the eyes of your broad stakeholders, but there is likely that you get a cheaper capital from the investor. So this is how to try to make things relevant to the companies. For the investors, how this be relevant for them? If I'm talking about investors, is maybe the institutional or financial institutions like fund manager, asset management company. How this is going to be relevant to them? Number one is, of course, the performance of their portfolio. If they invest into the companies which are better in terms of ESG performance, but this is going to hurt the portfolio performance, I don't think they will do it. At least, when they start with. So that's number one. Number two is, if they buy into that idea, most of the fund manager, asset management company in Indonesia, they don't have the capacity, resources internally that they have to, allocate specific spending to build or to hire people with the ESG knowledge. So we try to address this. On the first point, whether they have to sacrifice the return by investing in ESG-friendly companies. As I showed the chart to you before, so over time, it's actually proved to them, if you invest in good company, company that's not doing any harm to the people, to the environment, is actually in the long run perform better. Of course, there are a lot of research out there, from the other market, but we have some empirical evidence in Indonesia as well. And number two, if they really want to create a product that invests in ESG-friendly stocks or investment instruments, maybe they don't have the capacity to do so yet. That's why we launched the Sri Kehati Index. That's why we built the capacity within our organization with some helps from the other parties as well. So we tell the fund managers, we tell the investors, so don't worry, if you want to invest in the ESG stock, you don't know how to do it, we will do it for you. So we, the Kehati Foundation, with our partners, do the work for them. We the one that assess the company, score the company, rank the company, and we tell them. So this is companies, that are ESG friendly. So if you want to invest it, you can do it. So I think it's about how relevant this movement, ESG movement, to all these different stakeholders, and any gap that they have that we can address. So far, we managed, to some extent, to convince some, 12, 13 fund managers, not a lot actually, out of the 100 companies out there. And we also tell them that actually it doesn't hurt your performance. In fact, there is a possibility that it actually enhance your portfolio return. And to the companies, you can also tell them, increasingly investor fund managers adopt ESG practice. If you don't as a company don't adopt it, don't start to integrate ESG, I think we start to lose some sources of funding for your company. So I think that's a little bit some, sharing some experience from our side.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much, Pak Ricky and Pak Mubarak. And I also would like to hear from you, Mr. Bert, especially knowing that perhaps the quality and the capacities of deposit insurers, companies or organizations across the globe might have a great varieties. So what will be the case in implementing the ESG strategies for these kinds of different levels of local governments across the globe? And what would be the strategy from the international associations of development deposit insurers to support these kinds of situations?
Maybe very big institutions with a very different set and wide set of powers, according to powers as supervision and regulation. So what you would be looking at will depend very much on the type of deposit insurer that you're looking at in practice. I think the main question for us and the association is that we're deposit insurers, right? So our mandates are typically to protect depositors and to safeguard financial stability. And that's the first thing we're interested in. And the question is, how does ESG relate to that? Is it necessary to incorporate ESG issues in order to fulfill our mandates? Up to which point is that necessary to incorporate? And maybe also where's the point that it may actually be harmful to those mandates? So is the period of this just thinking about invested funds? So if deposit insurers invest their funds, the main thing they care about is it has to be liquid and it has to be safe, because you have to be able to mobilize those funds as fast as possible at any time when you reimburse depositors, for example. And so you think about investing in a sustainable way, that's all good and well, and there may be good reasons for that. But it still has to be liquid and it has to be safe. Right? So there is certain constraints as well to what we can do. And capacity-wise, my opinion, this is my personal opinion, my opinion, the main problem that we're still having is identifying risk. So where is the climate risk? How does it materialize? How big is it? How do we price it? And this is something that the whole financial world is working on. And the banks that are member of our institutions are coping with that, and to a different degree, I would say, across the globe. And I think at least with the deposit with the broad mandate, this is really the exercise that they are facing. And it's all but easy, and we're at the very beginning of a learning process here across the world. And I think the hope is that the deposit insurers will be able to learn from the industry as well, right? And once we can better identify, we can also price the risk, think about different premiums, etc. But this is really at the very beginning, I think, of this process.
Thank you, Mr. Bert, for the answers. So one more questions, probably from all the participants. Yes, Bapak, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question for Bert. Thank you very much for your presentation. You said in your final slide here, in the future direction, you mentioned this analysis is intended to offer an introduction to key issues. I believe if this is an introduction, there should be a follow-up. But in the final sentence in your future direction here, survey results suggest further work on this topic may be justified. Why are you using maybe, not is justified? So I'm wondering, what are you going to do on research in this area moving forward? Are you going to do it or not?
Yes, just you can just answer, Mr. Bert, please.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure all of you know the way the association works, right? So I'm the head of research at Basel, and I work to the Council Committee on Research and Core Principles, which is PRC. And I work in the framework of an annual working program on research topics. So it's in the end, it's the members, right? It's the members telling us what topics they would like to see research on. And ESG has been flagged as a topic in the past, so that's the very reason why we conducted this study. Right? Right now we analyze it and have shown the preliminary results. So we'll have two papers. Right? One paper will give a summary on the broader ESG topics, and then the second paper will try to focus on the actual investment of funds by policy insurers in how far ESG plays a role there. There are some very interesting cases that I just mentioned. Our members in France, the GTR, and in Quebec, they actually already conduct a sustainability-focused investment policy today, and maybe this is something that other members will be thinking about in the future. So, to answer your question, in my opinion, there is a lot of topics here that deserve attention, ranging from identifying risk, climate risk to the deposit insurance, the broad mandates, but also the investment of the funds. My personal opinion is that these topics are not going to get smaller in relevance, and that the association would have an interest in preparing for this for the near future. But at the end, it's a member organization, right? So it's up to the members to signal where they would like to see research, and if the participants of the seminar do think it's relevant, I would call on them to have a voice heard in the association and identify this as a topic that deserves additional research in the future.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to add more? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Bird. Actually, we come to the end of our discussion sessions because it's already 4 o'clock. To sum up the discussions for the session 3 in this seminar, all the 3 presenters emphasized the importance of collaborations and to build a very engaging and strong networking to support the climate action together, by which the development, the deposit insurers and all supporting investment networks have significant contributions to speed up and to promote the process together. So this is the last conclusions, that climate action should be solved, promoted, the action should be promoted together, and we recover stronger and we recover together. Give applause to all speakers.
Thank you so much. And that's the end of the discussion panel for session 3. Gentlemen, can you please stay on stage, because the committee would like to give a small gift as a token of appreciation, and I would like to invite Pak Didik Madiono to present a token of appreciation to all the speakers and the moderator. Thank you once again to all speakers, Pak Ricky Frindos, and also Mr. Mubarak Ahmad, and also joining us virtually. It's an honor to have you, Mr. Bert van Roosbeck. And also thank you to our moderator, Dr. Krishna Trihadi Permana. applause for all the speakers and also the moderator. And I would like to thank you all for staying with us until session 3 is over. Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, you may return to your seats. Terima kasih, Pak Budi. Ladies and gentlemen, great discussion today. But before we end our agenda today, please allow me to invite Ms. Lana Sulistianingsih as Chief Executive Officer of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation to deliver her closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Lana Sulistianingsih. Ibu Lana, the stage is yours.
Finally, we are almost to the end of the seminar, but allow me to have a closing speech. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Mr. Purbaya Yudisadewa, Chairman of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, Mr. Didi Madiono, Board Commissioner Member of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation, also Ibu Destri Damayanti, ex officio Board Commissioner from Bank Indonesia, Mr. Heru Budiargo, Chairman of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation from 2010 to 2015. Distinguished speakers, guests, and colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. I'm delighted to see all of you here in the Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation International Seminar with the theme Climate Change, Decarbonization, Sustainability, and Green Economy. I do really appreciate everyone's active participation into this seminar, and thank you for all of you for participating in this event, and especially to those who made this seminar possible. A special thanks to you, to all speakers and moderators who flew all the way to Bali to participate in our event, as well as to our partner from the International Association of Deposit Insurer, AID, Ms. Eugenia. Are you still here? Okay, thank you, Mr. Eugenia. Especially the Asia Pacific Regional Committee, APRC. On Monday, November 7, the IDIC together with AID and the AID APRC have organized the second AID APRC study visit with the topic of enterprise risk management and cyber security. Our goal was to shed light on what are the current trends on enterprise risk management, especially on how to mitigate cyber security risks effectively in the context of deposit insurer. On Tuesday, November 8, the study visit resumed with a discussion on practical consideration for deposit insurer to conduct effective crisis simulation exercises. And today, we just went through the IDIC International Seminar with a topic of climate change, decarbonization, sustainability, and green economy. Climate change is indeed another challenge for us. Nevertheless, I'm optimistic that the world is finally getting its act together. Caring and maintaining our Earth environment are critical to our economic stability. The speakers have also stressed that taking strategic measures to fight climate change can be a powerful driver of economic opportunity. Big effort from each one of us is indeed in order to save the Mother Earth. We owe it to ourselves and to our next generation to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, as a deposit insurer, it is now utmost important to start our step together to encourage better green and sustainable environment within our scope of responsibility. Like what has been suggested by our fellow from the Philippines Deposit Insurance Corporation this morning, it is important to bring the climate change risk issue on more strategic institutional level. To do so, we should propose to the AID to encourage the initiative for taking us together in mitigating the climate change risk and environmental issues. I would like also to iterate Helen Clark's point this morning that it needs also a strong political will to encourage a sustainable and green economy. Ladies and gentlemen, before I finally close the international seminar, I would like to express my high appreciation to the IDIC team who have been very busy preparing the study visit and international seminar since the beginning of this year. Accordingly, I would like to invite several of the team members to stand next to me on the stage. Please come to the stage. Mr. Rudy Rahman, Acting Executive Director of Human Resources and Administration. He is the one who's very, very busy with the event. Mr. Hafiz Ashadi, Director of General Services and Administration Group. And I'm sure everyone in ID and also our colleague from other the IC knows Mr. Rama very well. Ramadian. Also Mr. Dimas Yuliarto. He is in charge for the secretary and also for media contact. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Mr. Ahad is division head for procurement. Procurement, yeah. So all this event, the venue and everything, transportation is under responsibility of Mr. Ahad and Mr. Hafiz. Yeah. And last but not least, Ibu Dewi, Miss Dewi Trisnani. She is a division head under Pak Rama, International Affairs Group. This is our team who are make this seminar happen. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for all of you. Also, many thanks again to IDIC and ID Committee for successfully organizing the event. I would like to officially announce the closing of second AID APRC study visit and international seminar. Before I really close the speech, in closing, I would like to invite you, to all of you, to a farewell dinner to be hosted by IDIC tonight, to thank you all again for your great contribution this week and to wish you all a safe journey back to your home country. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ibu Lana, and thank you to the committee who already make this event successful. Okay, just a reminder of what Ibu Lana has already mentioned. There will be a gala dinner later tonight, hosted by IDIC. The gala dinner will be hosted at KRI Bima Suci. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and Ibu Lana, and also Ibu Dewi. You may return to your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we have arrived to the end of our seminar today. We thank you so much for joining us at the second IADI APRC study visit and IDIC International Seminar 2022. And again, as a reminder, I would like to remind everyone here that the gala dinner will be held tonight at KRI Bima Suci, the Indonesian Navy ship. It is located at Port of Benoa. For those of you who wish to go and attend the gala dinner, please dress smart, casually, and also please wear comfortable shoes. But if you need more information, please contact your LO. We expect to see you at the lobby of Westin Hotel at around 5 p.m. At the lobby of Westin Hotel at 5 p.m. And we will leave together precisely at 5:30 p.m. hopefully. I'm Frida Litwina signing off, and we hope to see you again on the next event. Thank you. A small announcement for those of you who have lost something, whether a bag, please feel free to approach the committee table at the right corner. At the back of this room, at the right corner from my side. If you feel like you have lost a bag, please contact the committee. Thank you.